BBN is brought to you by Shapland Real Estate, State Farm, Norder Supply Incorporated, Ag Management Services, Vogelmore Family Farms, White's Food Liner, Scott Community Foundation. BBN.
At American Implement, we know that our farmers and ranchers are getting up and going to work every morning to provide food, fuel, and fiber for the world. And even though time and technology keeps us constantly changing, one thing will always remain the same. We promise that we'll continue working right beside you. We appreciate all that you do for our country and our communities. From all of us at American Implement, thank you. And may God bless the American farmer and rancher.
Western State Bank, Backyard Blooms and Garden Center, LLC, Spray Foamit, LLC, Good Anesthesia and Pain Management Services,
Hey, Adam.
Yes. Sure.
Are you?
No, I'm not. I've lived here for about 15 or so years.
Okay. I was just wondering. My family, my dad's side of the family is from there.
Huh. I'll be darned. Yeah. Okay. All right. Huh?
Sports have this amazing way of making a positive impact in our community, whether it's helping children, boosting local economies, or creating role models. That's our goal at American Implement, too. We believe in being a part of the communities we serve by just being a good neighbor. Thanks for being ours.
Furrow Heating and Cooling of Scott City is a proud sponsor of Beaver
Well,
activities.
there's overtime, so we
Brent
will
and
delay a
Angie
little
take
bit.
pride in helping our activities and support our students 100%. They can also help you with any heating and
Right,
cooling
yeah,
needs
that
that
was
you
a pretty
have.
good one.
Give Furrow Heating and Cooling a call at 620-872-3508 and see if they can help you with your needs today.
Davey with you here from the Scott Community Events Center. Should be a couple of good games here. 3 teams are ranked right now in the KBCA polls that were released earlier today. On the girls' side, the Goodland Cowgirls, they are ranked number 8 in 3A. They had their first setback of the year on Friday night, or Saturday night, excuse me, as they fell to the Colby Lady Eagles by the count of 46-22, in a game that was tight for a while, but Colby would pull away there in the second half as Scott City fell, or Goodland rather fell, 46-22. They are 1-0 in conference play with a win over Cimarron back to open up the season on December 6th. On the other side, the Lady Beavers are at 500, looking to get above 500 as they begin their conference schedule this week. Tonight, they lost to Garden City in a game where they led in the third quarter by 7, but saw the Lady Buffaloes get hot from the field and Scott City kind of go cold down the stretch and fall 50-37. The boys' game, it's going to be a pair of state-ranked teams. Scott City enters the rankings in Class 3A. Number 9 in Class 3A after they picked up a overtime thriller over Garden City, 64-62 in overtime on Saturday night to get to 4-0 on the year. Second straight year the Beavers have started out at least 4-0. And the Goodland Cowboys are also 4-0. They're 1-0 in the conference. They defeated longtime rival Colby on Saturday night, and they pulled away there late 75-50 to get to 4-0 on the year, and they are 1-0 in conference play. We have more of your pregame show. We'll come back in 3 minutes. We'll hear the comments from head coach of the Lady Beavers and Justin Farrell. We'll play that here in 3 minutes. This is Scott City Beaver basketball.
We all know the weather in western Kansas changes daily. That's why your Ream specialist, Farrell Heating and Cooling, is there for prompt quality service. Farrell Heating and Cooling services all brands for tube heaters, gas fireplaces, gas piping, and sheet metal. They service for both residential and commercial units. For repairs or estimates, call 620-872-3508 or visit them at 910 West 5th Street in Scott City. Farrell Heating and Cooling proudly supports the Scott City Beavers.
When you want plain talk with exceptional results, count on Norder Supply to serve you. With over 40 years of experience in the crop protection business, the dedicated team at Norder Supply is passionate about assisting you in achieving maximum net return per acre by delivering unparalleled agronomic advice and best in customer service. That's how they define success. To serve you better, they have an aerial application service and do it all for a very competitive rate. Call them today at 620-872-3058. Norder Supply, plain talk, exceptional results.
Protect your bottom line with crop insurance from Farm Bureau Financial Services. Farm Bureau agents Berta Benz and Hugh Benz in Scott City and Leota can help you select the right federal crop and crop hail insurance options for your farming operation. Call Farm Bureau agents Berta Benz and Hugh Benz in Scott City or Leota today to discuss affordable programs, competitive tools, and resources that can benefit your business. Now that's smarter insurance for agriculture. Western Agricultural Insurance Company, an equal opportunity provider.
With the winter driving season ahead, it's time to go down the checklist for safe traveling. Great Western Tire can complete that checklist. They carry top-of-the-line tires like BF Goodrich, Dunlop, Goodyear, Kelly, Michelin, and Titan tires. Bring in your vehicle for an oil change and to get your wipers checked. Take advantage of their car-controlled gas, diesel, and off-road fuel, along with offering bulk fuel delivery. Make sure you're ready for the winter driving months with a trip to Great Western Tire, located in Colby, Hoxie, Oakley, and Scott City. Open Monday through Friday, 8 to 5:30, Saturdays 8 to noon.
Fairley Feed Yard at Scott City takes pride in being part of Kansas's cattle feeding industry and is constantly aware of the specific needs of today's cattlemen. You can expect the best at Fairley Feed Yard, located 7 miles south and 6 miles west of Scott City. They believe in the importance of feed and ration preparation, health programs, death loss management, and overall handling of your feeder cattle. Fairley Feed Yard supports the area activities and youth of Western Kansas. Make Fairley Feed Yard your custom cattle feeder. That's Fairley Feed Yard of Scott City.
As your local community foundation, we are dedicated to preserving local wealth so the communities in and around Scott County will forever remain attractive places to live, work, and raise a family. We respond to the needs of our community through grant making, scholarships, and other special projects. To learn more, give us a call at 620-872.
For exceptional service in real estate, put Stephanie Shapland at Shapland Real Estate to work for you. Property homework is what we do best at Shapland Real Estate. We put forth every effort to get results that move you. Our expertise in buying and selling residential, commercial, and agriculture property is built on the tradition of trust and thoroughness that you deserve. Chaplin Real Estate takes pride in our community and in cheering on our students in all that they do. Give Chaplin Real Estate a call or visit our website today.
As your local community foundation, we are dedicated to preserving local wealth so the communities in and around Scott County will forever remain an attractive place to live, work, and raise a family. We respond to the needs of our community through grant making, scholarships, and other special projects. Visit us online at scottcf.org.
First half, kind of like what we wanted, sluggish, but just like you said, not able to stand or keep up with those two big runs that they had in that second half there, and I think that really just attributes to the turnovers that we had on those runs, not getting into our sets on offense, not really giving our a chance to even score because we're not going to look at the basket because we're turning the ball over before we get to that point, and then also just being able to stay focused on defensive side of the ball as well and not giving up open shots. But, give credit to Garden. They did a real good job of getting downhill on us and forcing us to help in, which allowed for those kick-out threes and those wide-open shots. So we knew that in the first half they weren't falling for them. They were probably going to hit a little more in the second half, but we got to do a better job of responding to those runs, either getting some scores of our own or being able to have some leaders step up and communicate on the defensive end to stop or at least help the bleeding, with a couple forced turnovers or something along those lines.
And, part of that in the second half, I think you were able to get to the free throw line a lot in the first half, but was part of it in the second half maybe not working it inside?
Yeah, I think Garden also did a good job switching to a 2-3 zone. That kind of threw us out of whack for our offensive sets. We did a pretty good job getting inside and getting fouled in the first half, and that was kind of what led to our success in the first half. In the second half, they packed the paint a lot more, and just there was a lot of hands in there. So every time that we did get it inside there, I felt like there wasn't as many calls going our way in the second half, which is to be expected, and we have to adjust to that. But we got to be able to mentally respond to that as well. We can't let that frustrate us and throw us off our game plan. So we just had to understand that if that's going to happen, well, now we're going to have to kick it back out and let our guards attack and get downhill. Draw some fouls or try to find ways to get buckets through them as well. We can't just rely on being a one-dimensional team and forcing everything to go inside where we have to have multiple faces of our offense working for us.
Once again, it is Coach Justin Fro here pregame tonight. Scott City takes on the Goodland Cowgirls in the opening of league competition here at Goodland. Kind of like you guys coming off a loss on Saturday night in their final day of their tournament. They lost to Colby pretty big. It was a close game throughout, but then Colby pulled away in that second half. But you take a look at Goodland, they lose a lot of pieces off their fourth-place team in the state a year ago, but this is still going to be a very defensive-minded team coming into town tonight.
Yeah, Goodland's always very well coached. They're always ready to play. They have a great energy and effort that they put in each game that they play. We know there's going to be pressure. They're going to have a lot of different looks for us on the defensive end, and really it's going to come down to if we can handle that mentally and be able to attack their pressure and not sit back on our heels, and then also be able to figure out where we're supposed to be offensively so that way we don't get stuck in traps, early on and give them easy fast break points. They're very fundamentally sound and do everything really well, so it's really going to come down to our discipline. And I think if we can play our game, we'll be right there at the end to pull out a win, hopefully.
They run, I know in years past they've had all the length in the world there with their height. They didn't have it as much last year, and I don't know if they'll have it as much this year, but they've always been very tough in a 1-3-1. And what can you do to kind of dissect and break through that mentally in that 1-3-1?
Yeah, well, I don't know if it feels like they ever lose any length, but they are definitely very aggressive in that 1-3-1. They attack the dribble real well off the bounce there and force you into pressure on the sidelines and long skip passes, which usually turn into steals. But if we can just attack the gaps with our cutters mainly, hit open people, pass fakes to get people open, not just trying to throw overhands or through hands, and get less deflections, which will cause less turnovers for us. I think that's the biggest thing is, just settling in, being focused, and playing with some confidence and some poise, and being able to attack the zone and know that, with the 1-3-1, there is a lot of open spots, there's a lot of open gaps that we can get to. It's just if we can have the confidence to do that and be poised enough to finish through contact or over some length and then battle on the boards.
Should be a good one here tonight for the league opener for Scott City as they take on the Goodland Cowgirls. Coach Justin Fro joining me here pregame. Thanks as always for the time, Coach, and good luck to you guys.
All right, thanks, Adam.
That was Scott City Lady Beaver coach Justin Fro. Your pregame interview brought to you by Farm Bureau Financial Services with you and Berta Benz and Scott City and Leota. More to come in your pregame show. We'll have a breakdown of the matchup. Also bringing starters, keys of the game, and the tip-off. After this timeout, this is Scott City Beaver basketball.
Let's go 2 minutes.
There's nothing more spacious than Western Kansas, and nobody closer than our communities. We are determined to keep our communities connected to schools, kids to teachers and parents. We believe a connected world is a better place. We're more than what we do for our hometowns. It's what we do with our hometowns. S&T is proud to be your family, your friends, your neighbor.
8 convenient elevator locations, a full-service petroleum department with 2 service stations, 5 automated card trolls and bulk oil and fuel delivery, and a full-service crop production department to serve all of your needs, including agronomy services, seed, chemical, fertilizer, and custom application. Contact the Scott Co-op and visit with our knowledgeable staff about how we can help in your farming operation.
The Scott Recreation Commission invites you to come get fit in their fitness center. No matter what your focus is, the Scott Recreation Commission features a wide variety of fitness activities, including free weights and cardio, with an affordable membership.
Riley and Anderson, your studio engineer, also with our good friends over on the Beaver Broadcasting Network. They're a little late getting going because of JV girls basketball going to overtime. Lady Beavers did win that one. I think it was by 4 in overtime. So they got the win there, and so that delayed us here a little bit here in this gym. But tonight we're going to see some pretty good basketball between the two schools here, Scott City and Goodland. On the girls' side, Goodland has kind of owned this series here since 2021. They've won the last 7 in the series, and actually, how about the last 9 in the series? They're 9-1 the last 10 games against Scott City, and including a couple of wins a year ago, 50-33 right before the Christmas break. And game that was played pretty good here on senior night last year between the two teams in February. A game that Scott City led for most of the night, but then Goodland won a big run there at the end and ended up winning 45-34. Last win for Scott City in the series was in 2020. It was a sub-state championship game. The Lady Beavers would win that in overtime, 54-45. And last win in the regular season was actually when they crested this building back in 2020 in early January. Scott City would win that one. I think it was a 9-point game without looking at the things ahead. But nonetheless, it should be a good doubleheader here tonight here between these two schools. Scott City, I know they had a really good start against Garden City last week. They led 25-18 in the third quarter, but Garden City went on a 15-3 run, and Scott City had it tied, and then they dominated the fourth quarter. Did the Lady Buffaloes to win that game 50-33, pulling away late in that game on Saturday night down at the Garden, and the Lady Beavers were led by Megan Trout. She had 11 points. She had 9 of those in the first half, but Scott City ended up dropping that one. But there are 2-2 on the year, and a couple of games where they, I think it could be some pretty good games this week. An opportunity for the Lady Beavers here to get things going here tonight against a Goodland team. They're 3-1 on the year. Of course, Bill Bierman still the coach, the superintendent of schools there in Goodland, but he's gotten a lot out of his players here early on so far. They are 4-1. They had a big win over Cimarron, a big win over Ray, and a big win over Norton, and then lost 46-22. And they lost to the Colby Lady Eagles there on Saturday night, championship of the topside tip-off. And Goodland, this is a team this year that lost a lot of firepower off a fourth-place team, but they do return some pretty good players, including Marie Martin, who really came on off the bench last year for the Cowgirls and was a big part of their run to fourth place in 3A, and she's a 5'10 senior. She'll lead them in scoring this year so far. She does lead them, I should say, 11 points and nearly 5 boards a game. Hope Bierman as well, 7.5 points, 4.8 rebounds, a team that's averaging 45 points a game. Sky City averaging right around 53 points a game in their first 4 games. But Scott City and Goodland should be a good matchup there. This is a team that, they still have a lot of length. They'll go Martin, who's 5'10". They'll bring in Linton, who's 5'9", Kier, who's 5'10". So the length is still there for the Cowgirls, that is, and that'll be something that Scott City will have to face once again here tonight. But it should be a good matchup. I'm looking forward to both games here tonight. Final home game for Scott City before the Christmas break on Friday night. They head down to Holcomb to take on the Longhorns. And then their next home game is, not until, is that right, the 14th of January, I think, against Ulysses here. I believe that's their next home game. That's on a Tuesday night. And also for Goodland, they will have a good matchup with Hugoton on Friday night, and then they will host Holcomb right out of the Christmas break there on that Tuesday night, the 7th of January. Should have a good matchup here tonight, as I mentioned. Of course, the shot clock's back in play. The Great West Activity Conference adopted that last year for this year, and so every league school does have the shot clock, and it is, of course, optional this year. It's on a per-trial basis this year in state. It will not be used in postseason, but hopefully it does get used starting next year, and it's good to see the league get ahead of everybody else on that and really get that set up and get it to use this year. And what I've heard from coaches, they have really enjoyed using the shot clock here. But should have a fun game doubleheader tonight. Hope you're enjoying our pregame coverage as we're going to wrap that up. Coming up here, we're going to have starting lineups. We'll also have keys to the game and the opening tip here as we get you set for Scott City and Goodland. Since 1981, the Cowgirls do lead the series 41-30, and as I've mentioned, they've won 9 out of the last 10 ball games. We're going to step aside. Let's take a 2-minute break. We'll take a 2-minute break, come back with starting lineups. This is Scott City Beaver basketball.
Western State Bank proudly supports Scott Community High School students and athletes as they prepare for another great year of achievements. Just as our students prepare for another successful year, we encourage you to be prepared for whatever life may bring you. Stop in and talk with the knowledgeable staff at Western State Bank, whether it be a new home loan, financing for your business, or any one of our checking and savings account options. We're here to help you. Make sure to check out all of our internet banking options provided at WSBKS.com. Western State Bank, member FDIC. And as always, go Beavers!
Pioneer Communications believes the services we offer are about something more. Whether streaming your favorite shows, surfing the web, or running an online business. As your local nonprofit cooperative, we're more.
They said this place was too isolated to call home. They said it was too remote to build a community. And then one day, a farmer strung a copper wire from one fence post to another and changed everything. We didn't build the communities of Southwest Kansas. No, we just brought them together.
We believe investing in our community is how we make a lasting impact. It's about more than just providing wireless services. We believe in rolling up our sleeves and working side by side with local organizations. Whether you're sharing cherished moments, staying updated on trends, or exploring your surroundings, we're there to keep you connected. Next Tech Wireless. We are Kansas.
And gifts for the kids. Oh, and if you need furniture, see what they have with Ashley Furniture. Why go out of town when you can get quality stocking stuffers at great prices? Don't forget that Giftologist offers gift wrapping. Ease the stress of Christmas shopping with a visit to Giftologist in Scott City.
It's the season of togetherness, and whether your loved ones are near or far, United is here to keep you connected and help you save this holiday season. We'd love to earn your business. Sign up now and enjoy free activation plus 3 months of unlimited wireless service on us. Already part of the United family? We appreciate your loyalty and having...
Should be good anytime here.
When you choose United, you're supporting a locally owned cooperative, proudly connecting Southwest Kansas with coverage you can trust. Stop by a United store or visit getunited.com/radio to start saving today. Terms and conditions apply. See store for details.
Starting lineups here tonight, presented by Security State Bank in Scott City and Leota here as we get you started here. The Goodland Cowgirls, coached by Bill Bierman in his 6th season, 106-40, assisted by Connie Livengood and Delaney Pollard. And they will start off Hope Bierman, a 5'7 junior, 7.5 points and nearly 5 rebounds a game. The 5'10 junior, Libby Kier, averages 4.5 points and nearly 3 rebounds per contest. Allie Kier, their cousins, a 5'5 junior, 1.6 points and just over 1 board a game. Lauren Linton, she has a 5'9 junior at 2.8 points and 2.3 rebounds. Marie Martin, a 5'10 senior, 11 points and nearly 5 boards a game. Hope Bierman, Libby Kier, Allie Kier, Lauren Linton, and Marie Martin. For Scott City, coached by Justin Froh in his first season at 2-2, assisted by Tricia Good and Mac Fox. It'll be Kendall Gentry, the 5'5 senior at 5 points and 2 boards a game. Mackenzie Metzger, the 5'6 senior at 8 points. All right, Metzger, 8 points and 4.3 boards. Chris Irvin, the 5'5 junior at 6.8 points and 2.3 assists a game. Also, Avery Lewis, the 5'9 senior, 5.3 points and nearly 3 rebounds. And Megan Trout, the 5'10 senior, and 9.5 points and 4.5 boards. We're ready to get going here. We'll get your keys to the game here momentarily. The Cowgirls of Goodland are in their road black uniforms with the gold numbers and letters. Scott City in the home whites. Goodland wins the tap as we're underway. Your keys to the game, by the way, tonight are presented by State Farm agent Michael Trout. Scott City, I think the first key is they need to get to rebounding. Also, the second key is deny that backdoor cut that Goodland likes to use, and they almost use it there. Linton, or correction, that was Kira, missed the opening layup, and the rebound goes to Scott City's Kendall Gentry. First possession for the Lady Beavers. 25 seconds in, no score. Goodland in a man-to-man defense to start off. Kendall Gentry with the right side, looking for a cutter. One couple dribbles, she'll penetrate to left elbow. Now to Chris Irvin. She'll drive in, back her way in. Her left side layup is good as it rattles in for 2. Chris Irvin gives Scott City the early 2-0 advantage. We've played nearly a minute, and they get a steal. And right side, here's Irvin trying to bounce pass it in, trying to get it around Marie Martin, but she dribbled it out of bounds. One early turnover on the Cowgirls. Scott City with 35 to shoot, 7:12 to go first quarter, and an early 2-0 lead. Metzger to inbound it in. We'll throw it up top to Avery Lewis. Lewis will be guarded here by Linton tonight, and Linton will steal it, and then we're going to get a tie-up. It'll be Scott City's basketball on the possession arrows. That's Colby Johnson who made the call there, and him and his cousin, part of the officiating crew. Caden Johnson here as well here tonight. This recent graduates about 3 years ago from Holcomb, but they are going to school at Fort Hays, and so they're kind of a part of the crew that's in that area. Scott City with it. 1 minute into the game, leading 2-0. Goodland switching off their defense. Lewis up top to Irvin. Swinging around left side to Mackenzie Metzger, who holds it out high. Bounce pass back to Irvin. Irvin gets tripped driving in, and she'll draw a blocking foul. A trip on Allie Kier, excuse me. That'll be her first. That'll be the ball game's first foul with 6:51 to go, first quarter of play. And 15 to shoot for Scott City. Irvin will get it into Avery Lewis up top to Metzger. Metzger goes Avery Lewis, right corner, drives the right baseline. Will take it, trying to wrap around pass. We're going to get a tie-up. That'll be turnover number 1 on Scott City. official timeout here. I think they need to reset the shot clock here. Oh, there they do. Okay, so there we go. That's the hold up here. 6:43 to go first quarter. 2-0 Scott City. Lady Beavers are going to apply some full court pressure here. And they almost get the steal, but now with it, we're going to get a hold on Scott City in the backcourt. That'll be team foul number 1 the Lady Beavers. That'll be on Chris Irvin, I believe, as it will be her first. That'll be Scott City's first foul of the period. Goodland inbounded here, down 2 early on. With it is Allie Kier. She'll dribble left sideline with a left-handed dribble. She'll drive in all the way, gets it poked away, but it was last touched by Scott City out of bounds. It'll still remain with the Cowgirls, just 6 seconds off the shot clock, as they will inbound it to the left of their basket underneath. Martin to do the honors, the senior, the lone senior in the lineup, and it's intercepted by Mackenzie Metzger. Scott City with turnover number 2. Kendall Gentry flips it behind her to Avery Lewis, now up top to Metzger. Goodland goes back to man defense, and a 3 in the right corner, short, but ripped away by Megan Trout, and now Avery Lewis with it out high right. She'll penetrate, 10 to shoot. She'll drive in, hits the side of the backboard, and the rebound goes to Lauren Linton. We're nearly 2 minutes in, still 2-0 for Scott City. Martin left baseline, gets Metzger into the air, puts up the shot, hits the side of the backboard, gets her follow, no. Right there's Kier, and almost got a tie up, and now driving in, here's Linton, and we're tied at 2. Couple offensive boards allows Goodland to tie it up at 2. 5:50 to go first quarter. So Martin and here and then, Linton there with that basket. Two's your score, and Scott City's going to lose it out of bounds. That'll be their second turnover. We have official timeout here with 5:42 to go first quarter. I think we're having maybe some clock issues here. All right, there we go. All right, now we're back to action here. Matt Ziegler, the third official here for tonight's ball game. Mentioned Colby and Caden Johnson. Now inbound in goes to Marie Martin. They'll work it around left side up top here that'll be Allie Kier. Kier gets it stolen or loses it, and turnover number 3. And then teams will trade turnovers. It is Christmas season after all. The missed layup, no, for Hope Bierman, and the rebound into Scott City. Here's Irvin to take it across. And it's a hot potato out there, tied at 2. 5:20 to go first quarter, and Metzger fires up a left wing 3. No, but right in the hands of Libby Kier. 2-2 here, 5:10 to go first quarter. Up top with it is Linton, almost traveled with it, left wing to Marie Martin. Entry feed into Libby Kier. Goes over Trout, too strong, backside board. Kendall Gentry collects her second rebound of the game. Still stuck at 2, and it's a steal. Turnover number 4 on Scott City. Both teams coming off some turnover issues are going to get a tie-up, and that'll still be Goodland Cowgirl basketball. It's Piper Fox, the first to enter the game, and she will replace Mackenzie Metzger here with 4:49 to work first quarter. Scott City and Goodland tied up at 2. Lady Beavers got the first points. The Cowgirls scored about a minute ago, and got a whistle and a holding foul on Scott City. That'll be their second foul of the quarter. And that'll be on Piper Fox. That'll be her first. And so a new shot clock for the Cowgirls, tied at 2. 4:48 to go in the first period into Linton. Her shot too strong, and Trout collects board number 2. Both teams really struggling from the floor here in the first 3 minutes of this ball game, but turnovers have also been in a premium here for both sides. Scott City averages around 19 turnovers. Are coming off a season high 22 on Saturday night against Garden City. Fox, Trout has position, and we get a foul on Libby here. And that'll be her first, and that'll be team foul number 2 as Trout had her posted up pretty good underneath in the paint. We're down to 4:20. Looking to lob it in, deflected, but right back to Lewis, who will fire right corner deep 2 and rattle it home. She just barely had the ball of her foot on the line, and it's 4-2 Scott City as we're at the 4:15 mark of the first quarter of play. Out high left, it goes to Marie Martin. Scott City staying man. Too high for Libby Cure, but right there was Lauren Linton to throw it up, and she draws a foul. The third team foul in Scott City, and that'll send the Cowgirls to the line. They'll get Piper Fox with her second foul with 4:07 to go in the opening frame. So it'll be Lauren Linton, who is 5 of 12 at the line here. And her first trip to the line tonight. First trip for either side. Knocks that one down, makes it 4-3 Scott City. Kaylee Felker in for the first time for Scott City. The 5'6" junior also in for Goodland. They bring in Magdalene Spresser, as well as Jacelyn Gable, a 5'5" junior. Spresser 2 points, Gable 4.3 points per contest. And the bank shot, no. Rebound into the paint. It's going to be another tie-up. That might be about, what, our third or fourth tie-up of the quarter? I think it's our third because the possession arrow favors Scott City. We're near the midway point of period number 1. It's a 1-point Scott City lead with the ball at 4-3 as Lewis inbounded in. Goodland applying some pressure. Here's Lewis with it. She'll lob it across the 10-second line right to Kendall Gentry. Will drive to the right elbow, then the Lewis right wing. Want to put it into Trout, but Spresser fronting her. And now up top left to Chris Irvin. Irvin needs help. Avoids a 5 count with a pass over to Kendall Gentry, trying to reset the shot clock, or reset the offense. Shot clock at 20. Nice cut right side to Kaylee Felker, right baseline. Now is cut off. Throws it back up top to Avery Lewis. She'll penetrate, spin to the right lane. Bank shot, misses it wide. Trying to fight for the rebound. It's going to be last touched by Megan Trout as her and Gable were fighting for it. It'll belong to the Goodland Cowgirls here with 3:32 to go in the opening period. Low scoring affair here so far. Maybe a little rust from the other nights playing some pretty tough games here. Goodland with the ball down 4-3. Gable with it left wing now up top left to Bierman. They work it up top between the rings to Allie Cure. Left wing back to Gable, looking for a cutter toward the paint. Now the bounce pass to the left elbow to Linton. Now underneath. A good position for Spresser. Leaves it short. Had her own rebound, but right in the hands of Gable. And Goodland will reset. 5 to shoot here for 3 seconds. Linton loses it, and we're going to get another tie-up. And the possession arrow will favor the Cowgirls. Our fourth tie-up of the first quarter. It's Katie Weathers and Mackenzie Metzger return to the lineup. Also, Libby Kier back in for the Cowgirls. With 2:57 to go, I think they'll reset the shot clock here, if I'm not mistaken, to 35, and they will. Still 4-3 for Scott City. The Lady Beavers are 2 of their first 4 shots from their field. Now underneath here is bank shot too strong for Spresser. Rebound tipped around and eventually into the hands of Gentry. 2:50 to work first quarter. Gentry crossover dribble drives in and she draws a blocking foul. That'll be on Allie Kier. That is her second. So both teams dealing with some foul trouble here in the first quarter. And that'll be team foul number 3 on Goodland. Both teams now with 3 fouls, and Bill Bierman is letting Colby Johnson know what he thinks of maybe a missed call on the other end. Fresh 35. Chris Irvin trying to avoid the 5 count, and then that's going to be a push on Kier. That's going to be her 3rd foul. She tried to get it in to Kendall Gentry, did Irvin. So Kier might be sitting down a while as Hope Bierman will come in for her. So Kier with 3 fouls. That's the final foul to give in the first quarter for Goodland, with 2:46 to go here in the first. Backside, here's Kaylee Felker, goes up. She has stuffed that time, and a late whistle and a foul, and that'll send Kaylee Felker to the line to shoot 2. She's been kind of one of those players that's got a lot of energy off the bench for Scott City, but that's partly her personality, and that's the 2nd foul on Libby Kier. And for Goodland in the first quarter, if your last name is Kier, you've got a foul, because that's 2 on Kier, Libby Kier, and 3 on Allie Kier. That's all 5 of Goodland's fouls. Kaylee Felker is 3 of 5 at the line, hits the free throw. Scott City's lead now 5-3 as Libby has to check out with 2:44 to go first period of play. Second free throw, that one off to the right, and the rebound to Spresser, and we're going to get a whistle and a tie-up, and it's going to stay on Scott City's end. As Coach Justin Froh will send 2 to check back in, Avery Lewis as well as Megan Trout. They'll replace Kendall Gentry and Chris Irvin. It's been about a 3 or 4 player rotation off the bench for Scott City this year. Lewis to inbound it in. We got official timeout here with 2:44 to work first quarter. That to stop it. And now the couple of the officials are going to talk things over. Basketball tonight is brought to you by Ag Management Services, American Implement, B&H Paving, Bartlett Grain, Beavertown FFL, Beef Belt, Burning Farms, Shells, Flowers and More, Circle C Farms, Clint's Diesel Repair, Decal Bear, also Farm Bureau Financial Services, Human Berta Benz, Fairleigh Companies, and First National Bank. They're going to walk over to the scores table. Well, the two officials, Colby Johnson and Lance Ziegler, to talk things over. Just, I think, double-check maybe the possession arrows. I know they've been back and forth here in this first quarter. We almost have more jump balls than we do points on the board here in the first 5+ minutes of the first quarter. Last one belonged to Goodland. This one should belong to Scott City, I believe. Who knows? We may be one off along the way here as well. Been a lot of them. I think. Then you have Coach Bill Bierman coming over the scores table, as well as assistant coach Connie Livengood, who keeps the book at the table. And we're going to talk things over here. And now Colby Johnson, one of the officials, talking with Coach Bill Bierman, and Justin Fro's like, I want involved in this conversation. And now Colby will come over and talk to Coach Furrow about it. With 2:44 to go first quarter. Been a game, not a lot of flow here in this opening period. And I don't know if it was a book issue. I did see a technical foul assessed, I believe. So it might be a technical foul on Scott City. And maybe somebody wasn't in the scoring book. That's the only thing I could see there, as it's going to be a technical foul assessed to Scott City. That would be their fourth. That counts as a team foul. So they made the announcements, a scorebook error on Scott City. Hope Bierman will head to the line to shoot the technical foul shots. It's been a margin no more than 2, but that first one rims in and out. And she'll get it one more, will the 5'7" junior. I believe this is the last of the Bierman crew for Goodland. Been a lot of the Bierman siblings throughout the last few years there in Goodland. Hope does hit the second technical free throw. 2:44 to go first quarter. So they're going to go back to, they aren't going to go to the possession arrow. Goodland will keep possession of the basketball. The next tie-up will belong to Scott City officially. Didn't know if that was what was initially talked about, but it's 5-4. Goodland with the basketball, and Marie Martin gets a screen and misses a 3 on the left side. Fight for the rebound. Linton and Megan Trout tie up for it, and it is going to belong to the Lady Beavers. So we've got that all cleared out, and now we're back to action here. With 2.5 to go in the opening period. 5-4, Scott City with the lead and the basketball. Katie Weathers with it left wing. Goodland in a man-to-man defense up top. Here's Kaylee Felker. Goes to the basketball, goes right wing with a pass to Mackenzie Metzger. 10 to shoot, 9 to shoot, 8 to shoot. Not a lot of urgency here for Scott City with 5. Left side to Felker with 4. Avery Lewis, as the shot clock actually got stuck. And it's ripped away by Felker. And it's going to be Katie Weathers with it with 2:02 to go. She'll go up, shot is blocked, gets her own follow-up and scores it. Weathers with her first basket, 7-4, 1:56 to go, first period of play. So good job by Weathers following up her own missed shot, and Scott City with her third field goal, of the quarter. Shot clock isn't currently working here, as it's still stuck at 35. With it is Lauren Linton, and up top here now to Jason Gable. You got a whistle and official timeout, and the officials notice the shot clock is froze. And so I think we're just going to continue to, my guess is they're just going to start playing without the clock here. Here with 1:33 to go first quarter. (7-4) is your score. Scott City with a 3-point lead. Goodland will have the basketball. Officials are going to talk things over here. They're probably, I think probably be about 20 or 21 on the shot clock if they did run it down there. So been a long moving first quarter here. Both teams are right now Goodland with Scott City with 14 fouls, Goodland with 5 team fouls. And now they're going to let everybody know probably no shot clock or for the time being. It will be Goodland basketball. Scott City does get some subs in. Kendall Gentry and also Chris Irvin re-enter. Katie Weathers and Kaylee Felk will exit. So they're going to be back to action with 1:33 to go first quarter. 7-4 for Scott City. Goodland with the basketball. Hope Bierman out high. Backdoor, nice cut. Linton will lay it up, and she'll have her 5th point of the quarter. It's now 7-6, 1:26 to go in the first period of play. Mackenzie Metzger bounce pass up top. Here's Kendall Gentry. Gentry will drive now out high. It goes to Metzger. She gets bumped. Bounce pass here's Irvin. Drives right side into the corner to Avery Lewis. Spots up for the 3. Short rebound. Fight for it underneath. It'll be Scott City basketball on the possession arrow with 68 first quarter seconds. Or correction, it'll be Goodland basketball with 68 first quarter seconds remaining. 7-6, Scott City lead Goodland with the basketball. They have not led. We're tied once at 2-2. Goodland with it in the backcourt. Here's Hope Bierman. Bounce pass back. It goes to Spresser. And now final minute to Martin over the right side out high. She's into the front court. 55 seconds. Hands it off now to Hope Bierman. Bierman guarded by Gentry. Goes left side with a pass over to Jacelyn Gable. Gable holds it guarded by Metzger. Back up top it goes to Martin. 44 to work first quarter. With it now is Michael Spresser. Now they go to Gable. Gable almost gets it stripped up top, and then we're going to get a reach-in foul on Mackenzie Metzger. That'll be her first, and that'll send Goodland to the line with 35.6 to go here in the first quarter. That'll be Gable who will head to the line. She is the perfect 1-for-1 this year at the line. Goodland already has attempted 4 free throws. They are 2 of 4. Scott City is 1 of 2. Free throw, we're tied for the second time at 7. 35.6 to go in the opening frame. Scott City with about 3 of 7 shooting. Goodland is at 2 field goals here in this opening quarter. The free throw too strong, and the rebound to Megan Trout. Already grabs her 3rd rebound, and the shot clock work there as it shut off. 30 seconds to go first quarter. Avery Lewis right corner. Scott City and Goodland tied at 7. We got a foul away from the ball. It's going to be a holding foul on Lauren Linton, her first. And that'll send Trout to the line to shoot 2 free throws with 26.8 to go first quarter. Trout yet to score in this game. Trout on the year, 57%, 12 of 21. And she'll break the 7-all tie. 26.8 to go first period. It's been about a 25-minute or so first quarter. A lot of stoppages, fouls, jump balls, some scoring book issues, and it's now 9-7. Scott City back on top by 2. 20 seconds to go first period. Left side, it goes over to Jacelyn Gable. Gable guarded by Metzger. A screen up top for Martin. Turns down the 3, pulls it back out. 15 to work first quarter. 2 points, Scott City leading. Good backdoor feed right there, but Gable unable to catch it, and the Cowgirls have turnover number 4 with 9.2 to go first quarter. Scott City's never trailed. They've led by no more than 3 here in this first period. As Goodland will apply full court pressure. And they'll get it into Kendall Gentry and then back to Mackenzie Metzger, almost on the baseline. 5 seconds, a 4, and then Kendall Gentry just barely got it across half court with 2, with 1, and the Beavers won't get a shot off in time, and that closes out the first quarter. 9-7 Scott City lead after 1. We'll come back in a minute for the second quarter of play. This is Scott City Beaver basketball.
Scott City Eye Center has been a leading provider of optometry services and vision care products in the Scott City community since 1999. Our experienced eye doctors offer comprehensive vision examinations that our Scott City Optometry office specializes in the diagnosis and treatment of a wide array of eye diseases, conditions, and problems. We use advanced diagnostic technology, and we are committed to improving the quality of life. Give yourself the gift of clear vision by scheduling an appointment with Dr. Joshua Gooden, OD, today.
3 of 7, and that's the difference in the ball game. 1 field goal. It's 9-7. We headed the second quarter back here as right corner Xavier Lewis with it, puts it on the floor, and then back up top it'll go. Here, and driving in, here's Megan Trout. She'll score it. Trout with her first field goal. She has 4, and it's 11-7. 7:38 to go first half. Goodland with the ball in the backcourt. And now back in the front court with it is Bierman underneath. Pump fake here. Here's Spresser. Look to go up, and that's going to be a 3-second lane violation on the Cowgirls. That's their 5th turnover. Scott City now led by Megan Trout's 4. Lauren Linton has 5 of Goodland's 7 points here in this first half. 11-7 Scott City lead early second quarter. 7:25 to go. Into the front court here is Kendall Gentry. Goes over to Mackenzie Metzger, left corner, driving in. Cut off is Chris Irvin. Now finds Trapp at the low pass. And we're going to get a tie-up, and that'll be Scott City's 5th turnover of the half. Make it, their 5th turnover. With 7:13 to go first half of play. 11-7 your score, and with it. And up top now it is Marie Martin. We apologize, having a little technical issues here. But anyways, Goodland with the ball up or down 4, 6:50 to go first half. With it here is Bierman driving in, floats one up, leaves it short, and the rebound goes to Mackenzie Metzger for Scott City. Here come the Lady Beavers down the court, up 4 early second quarter. It was 9-7 after 1. It's 11-7 now. 6:35 to go first half of play. With it, shot up, no, that time for Trout. And the rebound here is Goodland. Marie Martin racing back the other way here. She'll lose it and tip it, avoid a traveling call. And now up top with it is Hope Bierman, and a whistle and a foul. That'll be a foul on Scott City. That'll be their first of the second quarter. I believe that'll be on Kendall Gentry, and that'll be her first. Nope. Yep, it is on Gentry. As Katie Weathers and Felker check back in for Scott City. In for the first time is Jaylee Quain. She is a 5'3" junior who has averaged 3 points so far in limited minutes this year for the Cowgirls. Almost stolen away, and it is by Kendall Gentry. Turnover number 6. Gentry goes on the left side. Her layup is good, and Scott City with a 13-7 lead with 6:12 to go first half. Goodland in their 6th turnover. Lady Beavers get Gentry the first basket of the night. Trap in the backcourt by Lady Beavers. Quain will pass it across the 10-second line. Almost stepping on the half-court stripe was Linton. And now here's Marie Martin driving in. Her pull-up jumper, a little strong, but the backside board by Quain. And then we're going to get a whistle and a tie-up, and that'll be Scott City's ball on the possession arrow with 5:51 to go first half. We're here on KWKR. Leota Garden City here. Just past the top of the hour here. So it's 13-7 Scott City lead. And the basketball, they've scored the last 6 points in a steal that time. Here's Lauren Linton. She'll take it all the way. Uncontested layup. She has 7 in the half, and that's a season high for 13-9. 5:36 to go before intermission. Bounce pass to Kaylee Felker. Nice cut, Trout, power dribble, goes up, scores it, and one. Trout with a half a dozen, 15-9. Her points right now, the difference in the game. 5:29 to go first half. By the way, they have shut the shot clocks off here at Scott City. That foul will be charged to Hayden Short, who just checked in. That'll be her first, and the team first of the second quarter. We have a timeout on the floor taken by Coach Bill Bierman and Goodland. It is a full. Let's come back in 1 minute. 5:29 to go, second quarter, 15-9 Scott City. Back in 1 minute. This is Beaver basketball.
Scott City Eye Center has been a leading provider of optometry services and vision care products in the Scott City community since 1999. Our experienced eye doctors offer comprehensive vision examinations that our Scott City Optometry office specializes in the diagnosis and treatment of a wide array of eye diseases, conditions, and problems. We use advanced diagnostic technology, and we are committed to improving the quality of life. Give yourself the gift of clear vision by scheduling an appointment with Dr. Joshua Gooden, OD, today.
At Redburn Enterprises, we're bringing you BW Fusion products to help your crops stress less and yield more. Discover the benefits of Amino, Relax RX, Full Sun, and BioBoost, each designed to enhance plant health and maximize yield. Proudly supporting Scott County Athletics, Redburn Enterprises is your partner for a more resilient and productive future. Choose BW Fusion from Redburn Enterprises today.
(15-9) lead with the ball. 5:22 to go. First half out of the Goodland timeout. Gentry into Trout, the quadruple team. Now Kendall Gentry will fire a straightaway triple, leaves it short and got a whistle, and that'll be a foul, I believe, on Megan Trout, fighting for position underneath, and that'll be Trout's first, the team's second of the period. Scott City with their largest lead of the night. It is 15-9 here with 5:15 to go, second quarter of play. So back it goes to the Goodland Cowgirls. Hayden Short with it in the front court. Now skips it over left side. Lead pass to Marie Martin. Lob underneath, almost Trap picking up her second foul now into McKenna Schick, a freshman, as Goodland goes a little deeper to their bench. Shot up, no, and that's going to go out of bounds. That was put up by Quain, and it belonged to Scott City. But Goodland is right now had some foul trouble with Allie Keir, who's on the bench with 3 fouls. She picked up her third foul with 2:46 to go first quarter, and also Libby Keir on the bench with 2 fouls as Goodland now opens up a 1-3-1, and there's a foul out high, and that's going to be second foul on Lauren Linton, and the team's second of the quarter here. And that comes with 4:49 to go first half of play as Spresser's going to return to the lineup. Goodland now will get out of that 1-3-1 and go to a 2-3 look. Inbound into Kaylee Felker, holds it up top. Kendall Gentry drives the foul line, then right side to Felker up top. Chris Urban fires the triple, and that one rimming around the world a couple of times and going down. Chris Urban with her 5th 3 of the year. She has 5, and it's 18-9. 4:34 to go first half, and Scott City with their largest lead on a 9-2 run to begin this second quarter. Up top now with it is Schick. She'll go left with the pass out high. And back up top, they're working around. Martin goes right side. Ball fake by Hayden Short. 4:15 to work first half. Jaylee Quain with it. And now it's Schick. Underneath, shot up, banked in. Marie Martin with the basket, her first 2 of the night. 18-11 as we near the midway point of the second quarter of play. Scott City with the ball up top. That broke a little bit of a run for the Lady Beavers. Irvin will drive right baseline. She'll take it to the rack. Her shot is blocked, and by Spresser that time, and the rebound went to Quain. 18-11, Scott City with the lead, and reaching foul on Peyton Gentry. That is her first, and that's the third of the quarter on Scott City. A trio of Lady Beavers and 1 Cowgirl to check in after the foul signaled to the scorer's table. In is Mackenzie Metzger, Piper Fox, Avery Lewis, and for Goodland is Hope Bierman. Lady Beavers exiting Gentry and Gentry as well as Trout, and Quain exits for the Cowgirls. Ball knocked out off the inbounds. 1 second comes off the clock. 3:46 to go second quarter, and a 7-point Scott City lead, 18-11. Inbound in here, Hope Bierman. Now up top, it'll go to Michael Spresser. Goes right side over to Hayden Short. Short now right baseline, shot up, and a pushing foul. That'll be on Kaylee Felker. And that'll be Scott City's 4th team foul of the quarter. That's foul on Felker, her first. 2 free throws coming up for Spresser. She is scoreless tonight, looking for her first point. She is 1 of 4 at the line coming into tonight. And misses the front end of 2 charity tosses. 3:39 to go second quarter. Hasn't been a lot of flow to this game either side here in this first half, as that one rattling in and out. Goodland is struggling from the line as Chris Irvin grabs the board for Scott City, grabs her second rebound of the half. 3.5 to go. Turning down the 3 is Avery Lewis, trying to get it into Piper Fox. Finally does. Fox goes to her left, nice up and under move, puts it up through contact and gets it down. Fox, our first basket, 20-11. 3:21 to go first half of play, and a good step through that time by Fox on the right block. Her first basket. Schick goes right side. Entry pass is kicked that time by Metzger. As Goodland will bring back in Jacelyn Gable to line up here with 3:11 to go first half. So once again, the shot clock not in use. It's having some mechanical issues. And so they've just shut it off right now here in Scott City. Almost, intercepted by Metzger's. Kind of a little frustrated with herself. There's like, I could have had a clean steal. But instead it goes out of bounds. One more second ticks off the clock. Colby Johnson saying, come on over here. Hope you got to inbound where I point to. And now she finally heads on over there. We'll get it into the right corner here to Spretzer. Now screen, driving in. Bierman almost walked with it. Now rips it through, and there's a three on the way. That's going to be short. And Kaylee Felker will let it go out of bounds. That's put up by Hayden Short. With 2:59 to go second quarter. Scott City lead of 9 here. It's a 20-11. They're on an 11-4 run here in the second period. Goodland 3 of 8 at the line. Scott City 3 of 5. And a whistle, and Scott City loses it out of bounds. That'll be their 8th, make that 7th turnover. I was right the first time, 8th turnover of the half. Goodland has committed 7 turnovers. 2:48 to go, second quarter of play. Up top, Hope Bierman trying to hand it off, stripped out of there by Lewis. It'll trickle out of bounds near half court. It'll still stay Cowgirl ball. As Kendall Gentry, Megan Trout re-enter, exiting will be Kaylee Felker as well as Chris Irvin. Trout with 6, Irvin with 5 to lead Scott City in scoring. They have a 20-11 advantage, 2:41 to go first half. Hayden Short with it up top to Schick, swings it over right side to Gable. Gable almost picked up that pivot foot. Now she'll go around to the top in between the rings, guarded tightly by Gentry, almost a little too tight. Scott City does have 14 fouls this second quarter, so they have no fouls to give. Goodland has just been whistled for 2 fouls here. 2:20 to go first half. Lob it underneath, and Spretzer can't handle the pass, and that'll be turnover number 8 on the Cowgirls. 2:18 to go second quarter. 20-11 for Scott City. Inbound into Kendall Gentry. She'll take it across the 10-second line, goes to her left with the dribble. Man-to-man Cowgirl defense, right baseline. Avery Lewis turns down the deep 2, drives the right baseline, takes a strong, throws up the shot, can't get it to go. And the backside board, and they're going to get a foul on Avery Lewis. That'll be her first. And that will send Goodland to the foul line, and that'll be team foul number 5 on Scott City. So Lewis kind of tripping up that time. Gable, who was 1 of 2 at the line. So Lewis with 1 foul, and Goodland in the bonus here with 2:01 to go second quarter. Still a 9-point Lady Beaver lead at 20-11. Gable 1 of 2 at the line and makes it 2 out of 3. Her second point makes it 20-12 for Scott City. Second charity toss is off the back iron, and the rebound, good rebound by Piper Fox. And outlets it to Mackenzie Metzger. Metzger with the dribble in the front court, minute 55 to work second quarter. Goes left with the pass to Kendall Gentry. Gentry holds it. Man-to-man Cowgirl defense up top to Piper Fox. Gets it into Trout, loses it. It's poked away, but picked up by Metzger. Wrap around up top to Lewis, who keeps it in the front court. And then tight defense, and that's going to be a timeout for Coach Justin Froh. It'll be a full timeout. We'll take it as well. 1:40 to go second quarter. Scott City 20, Goodland 12. We'll come back in 1 minute. This is Scott City Beaver basketball. 20-12 for Scott City. They have the ball out of their timeout here with a minute 40 to go first half as we're back to action here. Gentry with it now up top to Mackenzie Metzger. Goes right side to Avery Lewis. Oh, almost fired the three, but quickly guarded. Goodland in a 2-3 zone. Lewis now with the right corner trying to get it to Trout, and she loses it out of bounds, and that'll be turnover number 9 on Scott City. Thought maybe they're going to initially get a push on Spresser, but the momentum kind of carried them out of bounds. 1:27 to go first half. Cowgirls with the ball down 8, 20-12. Scott City has never trailed in this game. They've been tied at twice at 7. They led 9-7 after 1. It's been an 11-5 run here in the second quarter for Scott City. Now Spresser driving in, and she gets the shot to go. Her first basket makes it 20-14, and Goodland with 3 in a row with 1:08 to go first half. And the Scott City lead down to 6. Piper Fox off a deflection, trying to get it into Trout. Deflected, picks it back up. Now up top to Kendall Gentry with 58 seconds. Gentry weaves her way through, flips it over to Mackenzie Metzger. Backside Fox puts it up off the glass. Assists Mackenzie Metzger. Fox with 4 all in this period. 22-14, 48 seconds to go here before halftime. Cowgirls with the basketball up top now to McKenna Schick. Left wing, it goes to Hayden Shorts. Up top right to Hope Bierman. Now cutting in the paint. Spresser uses upper dribble. Goes left with the pass to Jason Gable. 30 seconds to work first half. 8 points, Scott City lead. Goodland ball trying to get the backdoor cut. Couldn't get it. Spresser will drive in, loses it, but picked up, though. Right place, right time for Hayden Short. Now back up top to Gable with 18 to work first half. Now the backdoor cut is going to work, but it's too strong off the glass. Rebound, no, for Schick. And ticked out high. Here's Scott City with a Megan Trout's going to race it across with 8. She'll drive in, goes up, and scores it on the right side as she goes coast to coast. 24-14 with 2 seconds, 1 second. The three-quarters court heave. Will Short, and that's halftime. Scott City will take a 24-14 lead over the Goodland Cowgirls here at the break. We're going to step aside for a 3-minute timeout and come back with their halftime show, bring you stats and more. This is Scott City Beaver basketball.
BBN is brought to you by Lone Tree Farms, J&R, Nextech Wireless, Pioneer Communications, S&T, Scott County Hospital, Scott Co-op, Security State Bank.
At American Implement, we know that our farmers and ranchers are getting up and going to work every morning to provide food, fuel, and fiber for the world. And even though time and technology keeps us constantly changing, one thing will always remain the same. We promise that we'll continue working right beside you. We appreciate all that you do for our country and our communities. From all of us at American Implement, thank you, and may God bless the American farmer and rancher.
Western State Bank, Backyard Blooms and Garden Center, LLC, Spray Foamit, LLC, Good Anesthesia and Pain Management Services.
All right, your halftime show is once again presented here by Precision Ag and Seed. Adam Kadavy with you here, and Rylan Anderson, your studio engineer. It's halftime here at Scott City. 24-14, Lady Beavers on top here over the Goodland Cowgirls. A game where Scott City has not trailed in the first half. They took a 9-7 lead after one, a 15-7 run in the second quarter, and lead it here at the break by 10, 24-14. As we take a look at some of the first half stats here, first we'll take a look at the scoring stats here. First for Goodland unofficially leading the way. It was 7 points for Lauren Linton unofficially here. After that, 2 each for Spresser, Marie Martin, and Jason Gable, both her free throws coming from the foul line. And 1 point in the first half from Hope Bierman. Goodland in that first half of that 8 fouls, 3 steals. They ended up with about 8 rebounds, 5 defensive, and 3 offensive unofficially. For Scott City, they were led in that first half. 6 from Megan Trout, 5 from Chris Irvin, Kendall Gentry, Avery Lewis each with a basket, as well as Katie Weathers, and 1 from Kaylee Felker, excuse me. For Scott City, they ended up with about 9 turnovers in that first half. They had 3 steals. They did have 9 defensive rebounds, 3 offensive boards for a total of 12 first half rebounds and a total of 10 fouls. Goodland ended up at 8 fouls in the first half, as they were called for 2 fouls in that second quarter after having 6 in the opening period. We'll take a 3-minute break. We'll come back with the rest of your first half stats. Scott City with a 10-point lead in the break on the girls' side. Back in 3 minutes, this is Scott City Beaver basketball. Proudly supporting the Scott City Beavers on KSKL Mix 94.5 is Weathers Land and Livestock. They wish the Scott City Beavers the best of luck during the 2024-2025 season. Hard work, dedication, and persistence are the keys to success for a great season in athletics, activities, and even in the classroom. Proudly supporting the Scott City Beavers on Mix 94.5 is Weathers Land and Livestock. Good luck, Scott City Beavers, from Weathers Land and Livestock.
Miller Veterinary Clinic in Scott City loves to take care of your large or small animals as much as you love caring for them. Doctors Callista Miller, Stacy Rogers, Ellie Minix, and staff provide quality and compassionate care for your pet's health. They invite you to bring your animals in for checkups to keep their health in top shape. Miller Veterinary Clinic is also a full-service clinic and offers quality care with a boarding and grooming facility. Animal health supplies and foods are also available. Miller Veterinary Clinic, South Highway 83 in Scott City, where they have compassionate care for all of God's creatures.
Is stress making you feel down and not your normal self? It's time to relax, rejuvenate, and enjoy life. And you can feel refreshed with a trip to Elevate You. Elevate You is a medical spa that offers a relaxing and rejuvenating environment with services you can't find locally. They offer several services, including IV therapy, compression therapy, hormone optimization, aesthetics, and weight loss solutions. Elevate yourself and set up an appointment today with Elevate You, located at 105 West 11th Street, Suite A in Scott City. Call 872-7675 or find them online at elevateyoumedSpa.com.
Once again pleased to be a Booster Club sponsor for the Scott Community High School Beavers and a proud sponsor of Beaver Sports on KSKL. We are looking forward to another exciting and spirit-filled year of sports, academics, and activities in Beaver Nation. Go Big Blue!
Hi, this is Western State Bank President Tyler Whittam, and I'd like to personally welcome Elisa Ruda to our Garden City mortgage lending team. Elisa comes to us with several years of mortgage industry experience, and we know our home loan customers will be in excellent hands.
I'm thrilled to be in a position where I get to help finance one of the most important purchases of many people's lives. When you're ready to purchase a home, refinance, take out a home equity line of credit, or begin a build, come see me, Elisa Ruda, at Western State Bank in Garden City.
Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Life is all about your vision. That's what Dr. Joshua Goodland, the staff at Scott City Eye Center, believe. They care about your health and are dedicated to exceptional service to give your vision the level of attention it deserves. Dr. Goodland can diagnose and treat an array of eye diseases, conditions, and problems. It's easy to see that Scott City Eye Center cares for your vision. Schedule an appointment with Dr. Joshua Goodland today at 620-872-0040. Scott City Eye Center supports all area school activities.
And we welcome you back here inside the Scott Community Event Center. Adam Cadavy with you here as we continue our halftime stats and wrap up our first half and get you set up for the second half. Scott City Lady Beavers with a 10-point lead over the Goodland Cowgirls by the tally of 24-14. For Goodland, they were unofficially 33% from the field in the first half, 5 of 15. They were 0 of 1 on threes, only attempted 1 3. That came in the second. Correction, they were 0 for 2 on threes, so they're 5 of 16 actually in the first half, a little bit south of 33%, and 5 of 14 on twos, and 4 of 10. They struggled a little bit at the foul line there in the first half. For Scott City, they were 10 of 19, 52% shooting in the first half, as they were 1 of 4 on threes, 9 of 15 on twos. And from the free throw line, Scott City ended up 3 of 5 in the first half. Foul trouble for both teams. For Goodland, Allie Keir picked up 3 fouls in that first quarter, and she sat pretty much since then. Libby Keir picked up 2 fouls in that first quarter as well. She sat pretty much most of the second quarter. For Scott City, Piper Fox had 2 fouls. Also, Lauren Linton, by the way, did have 2 fouls as well. Piper Fox had 2 fouls in that first half for Scott City. Lady Beavers will be at Holcomb on Friday. Also, the Scott City boys will be there at Holcomb on Friday, as it'll be the final games before the Christmas break. Goodland will remain on the road as they'll head south to take on the Hugoton Eagles. It'll be Goodland Cowgirl basketball to begin the third quarter. Scott City rolls out their starting 5 with Avery Lewis, Kendall Gentry, Chris Irvin, Megan Trout, and Mackenzie Metzger. Goodland brings out Hope Bierman, also Lauren Linton, Allie Keir, Libby Keir, as well as Marie Martin. Third quarter officially underway. Goodland with the ball. Scott City opens up man-to-man. Ball deflected out. And they do get the shot clock back working and reset. With 7:53 to go here in the third quarter, we believe, for the time being here. The love-hate relationship with technology. With it here is Hope Bierman up top now to Lauren Linton. Goes left side with the pass over to Marie Martin. Conference opener for Scott City. Goodland 1-0 in conference play. They had their season opening win against Cimarron on the road. So their first 3 league games are going to be on the road here. And, of course, change next year. High-low working underneath and almost got Mackenzie Metzger too high, but Lauren Linton ends up banking it in for a 9th point. 24-16, 7:23 to go third quarter. So Goodland with their first possession, good for a basket. Scott City looking to counter with their own as well. And they're going to throw the ball away. That'll be turnover number 10 on Scott City. And the Cowgirls with the ball down 8 early third quarter at 24-16. 28 to shoot, right side to Marie Martin. Trying to get it into Libby Keir, but loses it out of bounds. And Goodland will commit turnover number 9. So Scott City will get the ball back up by 8. 7:01 to go, third stanza, 24-16. Into the front quarter to be Kendall Gentry. Weaves her way right side now. Bounce pass to Mackenzie Metzger. Metzger one bounce back up to Gentry. Now back to Metzger, back to Gentry. Ball deflected out high, and Marie Martin gets her hand in the passing lane and forces turnover number 10 or 11 on Scott City, and the foul as well. The length of Goodland can be a factor in this ball game, and that'll be the second foul on Chris Irvin in the first of the quarter on Scott City. To the free throw line, Marie Martin, her first trip to the line tonight. She has 6 of 10 on the year, averaging 11 points and nearly 5 rebounds per contest. Free throw number 1 is good. Goodland is 5 of 11 at the line as they have scored the first 3 points of the second quarter. 6:44 to go. It's 24-17. Piper Fox, Kaylee Felker enter. Kendall Gentry, Mackenzie Metzger exit, for the Lady Beavers. Second free throw for Martin. That one crawls off. Rebound, Avery Lewis. Gets a good rebound there for the Lady Beavers, who lead it by 7 early third quarter. Scott City 2 possessions and 2 turnovers here to begin this second half. Irvin with it up top, playing against the tight man-to-man defense. She'll take a strong to the rack. Oh, left it off to the right, and the rebound into the hands of Allie Keir. Keir to race it across and down the floor to her cousin Libby. Up and under move, and it's a 5-0 run for Goodland to begin this third quarter. Libby Keir with the first basket, 24-19 with 6:18 to go here in the third quarter. Scott City 0 for 1 from the floor, but they've turned the ball over twice in a trap out high, and Coach Justin Froh has seen enough, and he'll burn a 30-second timeout with 6:11 to go third quarter. Lady Beavers have seen Goodland with a 5-0 run to begin this second half. It's now 24-19. Basketball presented here by Farm Bureau Financial Services, Neil Baker, Fro Heating and Cooling, Fro Ag Service, Fro Electric, Good Anesthesia and Pain Management Services, Great Western Tire, Deckmart Furniture and Appliance, High Choice Feeders, Hammy Amy Farms, HRC Feed Yards, and J&R Car and Truck Center. So Goodland with the first 5 points of this third quarter, and Scott City 0-1 from the floor. They also have 2 turnovers. Goodland also is 1 of 2 at the line and 2 of 2 from the field to begin this third quarter. Making this a 5-point game. It was 24-14 at the half, but already a minute 49 into the third quarter. Goodland with 5-0 run. Scott City's ball out of the 32nd timeout taken by Coach Furrow. The Cowgirls open up at a 2-3 zone. Right side, the pass is deflected, and Marie Martin almost had the steal. Avery Lewis gets it back. That's a thing. The length of Goodland has definitely been present here in this third quarter. Avery Lewis left side to Irvin, looking to drive the left baseline, 6 to shoot. Up top to Kaylee Felker, right side. Avery Lewis fires a triple on the way, airballed, and that'll be a shot clock violation on Scott City. So the second half woes to start here continue for the Lady Beavers. Had a good look from Lewis, but missed it wide, and Goodland with a chance to add to their 5-0 run here as we're at the 5:45 mark of the third quarter, 24-19. Allie Cure with it out high. She did not play since the middle of the third quarter, and there's a 3, and it's good up top for Bierman. Her 5th 3 of the year, and it's an 8-0 Goodland run here to begin the second half, and it's 24-22, 5.5 to go here in the third stanza. And all of a sudden, this 10-point lead has been gone. It almost feels reminiscent in a way of last year. Avery Lewis with it, goes left, and it's thrown away in a turnover. Here comes Hope Bierman all the way, uncontested layup, and we are tied at 24. She has 5 in a row, and Goodland with a 10-0 run here to begin this third quarter, and our third tie of the ball game. As we approach 5 minutes to go, Coach Justin Fro wants a full timeout. He has 2 left now. 5:05 to go third quarter. Goodland with a 10-0 run to tie it up at 24. We'll come back in a minute. This is Scott City basketball.
Sports have this amazing way of making a positive impact in our community, whether it's helping children, boosting local economies, or creating role models. That's our goal at American Implement, too. We believe in being a part of the communities we serve by just being a good neighbor. Thanks for being ours.
Furrow Heating and Cooling of Scott City is a proud sponsor of Beaver activities. Brent and Angie take pride in helping our activities and support our students 100%. They can also help you with any heating and cooling needs that you have. Give Furrow Heating and Cooling a call at 620-872-3508 and see if they can help you with your needs today.
And Goodland with a 10-0 run to begin this third quarter, and they have tied things up at 24. Scott City has committed 3 turnovers in this third quarter, and Goodland had got 5 from Hope Bierman already, and the Cowgirls have not missed a shot. They are a perfect 4 of 4 to begin this third quarter as Scott City will inbound it with 5:05 to go third period. A shot clock violation as well after a missed 3, or airball 3. Kendall Gentry with it. Scott City with 3 turnovers, 0 of 2 from the floor as well. Mackenzie Metzger with it, 15 to shoot, drives in up top to Gentry, goes left to Felker. Now deflected, picked up by Piper Fox, has to knock it off of the Cowgirl here in the corner with 10 to shoot. Goodland has battled back from a 24-14 halftime deficit to tie it up here at 24. 10 to shoot, Scott City will inbound it with Felker. Throw it up top to Mackenzie Metzger. Lady Beavers need to get a little bit more sense of urgency. They still have it up high. 6 to shoot, now 5 to shoot. Here's Metzger with 4, with 3. And now Scott City will not get a shot off in time. That's the 4th turnover in 6 possessions in this third quarter for Scott City, and they did not have a shot clock awareness there. And Goodland looking for the first lead of the night on the heels of a 10-0 run here. Ties it up at, or it's 24 all, 4.5 to go third period. Goodland with a basketball, Espresser. Now they'll get it into Kier at the right block, trying to go up and under, and high off the glass, and in and down and back home for Libby Kier. It's a 12-0 Goodland run in their first lead of the night with 4:18 to go third quarter at 26-24. Metzger with it, now needs help, finds the safety valve with Kendall Gentry. Now Kaylee Felker, or the pass from Gentry too late, already 5 turnovers and 7 possessions, but then Fox steals it. She'll go up and can't get the shot to go, and then goes up and she is fouled after her own rebound or own miss. And she'll have 2 free throws. If that's on Allie, nope, they're going to get that on Hope Bierman, her first. But that's Goodland's first team foul this third quarter. And Scott City down by 2 at the line with Piper Fox, who has 4 points tonight. It's a 12-0 Goodland run to begin this third quarter. They have not missed a shot. Scott City finally on the board here in the period, 26-25. Avery Lewis, Chris Irvin return to the lineup as Libby Kier and Hope Bierman exit for Goodland. Second free throw, Fox ties it up for the 4th time at 26 apiece. So maybe they'll settle things down a little bit for the Lady Beavers. I've seen Goodland score 12 in a row before those 2 free throws, and now Fox almost had a chance to steal from Linton, who keeps it. 20 to shoot, 3:45 to go third quarter. We're tied at 26. Allie Kier will drive into the right elbow, almost walked with it. Now up top here to Hayden Shorter's in the lineup. Right elbow to Spresser, drives in, cut off, needs help. 8 to shoot, and we're going to get a tie-up. Good job by Piper Fox after Spresser brought the ball up high, and Goodland will turn the ball over for the 10th time. Libby Kier returns for Michael Spresser for Goodland. 3:33 here in period 3. 26 for Scott City, 26 for Goodland here. Final home game for Scott City before the Christmas break. Kendall Gentry uses up a dribble, now trapped out high, throws it away. And now we're going to get a tie, but that's still going to be Scott City's 15th turnover. They have 6 turnovers in this third quarter alone. Scott City reads it and throws it to the right person, but by the time they throw it to the right person that's been open, it's too late, and Goodland recovers on defense. And they're going to get a foul on Kendall Gentry with a push. That'll be her second, team foul number 2 in the second quarter. She was flanking Allie Kier pretty tight. There. 26 all, Scott City and Goodland. Goodland with the basketball, 3:21 to go third period. It's a 12-2 run to begin this third quarter. Scott City without a field goal to begin the second half. Entry feed into Libby Kier, goes over Piper Fox, and Goodland misses their first shot, but right underneath is Linton. She'll go up and she gets it and one. Linton with 11, and Goodland back on top 28-26 with 3:09 to go third quarter. And for a second straight week, it's the third quarters for Scott City as Kendall Gentry picks up back-to-back fouls. She now has 3. Scott City has 3 in the period. Goodland has 1, as in will be Katie Weathers and Megan Trout. And Linton to the line where she is 1 of 2 tonight. Goodland, this will be free throw number 3 the third quarter. They are 6 of 12. 28-26 Goodland. The Cowgirls on a 14-2 run here in the first 5 minutes of the second half and make it a 15-2 run. And it feels reminiscent of how kind of the game went last year as they trap, and Scott City's almost turns the ball over with 3:07 to go third quarter. Coach Justin Froh is going to go a little deeper to the bench and bring in Peyton Gentry for Avery Lewis. So Goodland has hung their hat on defense, and they're winning this third quarter. Their defense has led to their offense, and Scott City has had 6 turnovers in this third period. They trail by 3, their largest deficit of the game. Chris Irvin almost walked with it, may have gotten away with the walk, and now pass up top, and now we're going to get it stripped, still loose, and we're going to get a tie up in the paint. It'll still be Scott City's basketball with 20 to shoot. And 2:54 to go on the game clock here in the third. Lady Beavers down by 3, 29-26. They have not had a field goal yet in this second half. They're 0 of 3 from the floor and have 6 turnovers. Their only points coming from the foul line. Peyton Gentry just gets it in to avoid the 5 count. That's going to be last touch, they'll say, by Marie Martin. Says Colby Johnson, it'll still be Lady Beaver ball with 19 to shoot. 2:53 on the game clock. Inbound into Peyton Gentry out high. Now working around to Katie Weathers. Goodland in a 2-3 zone. The zone has really hurt Scott City tonight, and the pass deflected but picked up by Chris Irvin. 7 to shoot. Scott City needs a little sense of urgency here. They've already got 1 shot clock violation, but Peyton Gentry can't bank that in. The rebound tipped out high. Irvin will get it, and Scott City will reset. Good job, and they're whistling a push out high. That'll be on Hayden Shorter's second. Team foul number 2 of the second half. .231 to go third quarter. 29-26, Goodland leads it. Scott City's basketball. It's been a 15-2 run here. Wide open as Piper Fox and finds Trout cutting the basket. She gets stripped going up. Power dribble goes back up, and then she gets fouled again. And 2 free throws coming up here for the senior Megan Trout, who got her own rebound. She has 6 points and 4 boards tonight. Team foul number 3 on Goodland this quarter, and that's going to be the 3rd on Hayden Short. No, correction, on Libby Kier, excuse me. That is her 3rd. With 2:23 to go, 3rd quarter. Megan Trout with 2 free throws coming up. She is 2 of 3 at the line tonight and has 6. And that one rattles out. And the shooting woes continue here for Scott City in this second half. No field goals. Is in is going to be Allie Kier to replace Hayden Short. Second charity toss. And Trout missed them both. And the rebound goes to Libby Kier. Almost a push by Weathers on the rebound. And so Scott City, only 2 points coming from the foul line. Missed all their field goals here in this 3rd quarter. And a scoop shot by Libby Kier, no. Marie Martin tries to knock it off a Lady Beaver, and she does after she grabbed the offensive board. That's part of the process as well. Goodland has forced Scott City into 6 turnovers. 2:07 to go here in the 3rd period. 29-26 Goodland. 15-2 run by Goodland this 3rd period. And here's a 3 by Allie Kier off the heel. Rebound loose, picked up by Katie Weathers for Scott City. Now to Peyton Gentry with 1:55 to go 3rd. Finds Megan Trout. She'll drive right lane line. Goes up. Gets a shot blocked. Rebound into the hands of Marie Martin for Goodland. Man, Scott City cannot buy a basket in this 3rd quarter. As their shooting woes continue, cutting the left block is Linton. Now right side, Martin from 17. In and out, and the rebound goes to Piper Fox for the Lady Beavers, who grabs her 3rd board. 95 seconds to go, 3rd period, 29-26 your score. Peyton Gentry up top. Hits up our dribble, now goes to Katie Weathers. She'll drive down the middle. Her scoop shot up, no, and that'll be on Libby Kier. That is going to be her 4th foul as Katie Weathers took it aggressive, went downhill, and draws the foul on Libby Kier. With 1:26 to go, 3rd quarter, her 4th and the team's 4th of the period. So Weathers at the line with 2 free throws. She is 2 of 4 on the year, has 2 points tonight, and the Southpaw can't get that one to go. And Scott City, who is 3 of 5 at the line, is now 2 of 5 in this 3rd quarter. As Martin and Libby Kier exit, Kaylee Felker returns. She'll replace Piper Fox. Back in was Michael Spresser for Goodland. And I believe that was Hayden Short as well who returned to the lineup for Goodland. 1:26 to go, 3rd quarter, and Scott City cannot buy a shot, but Megan Trout gets the board, and the Lady Beavers with a chance. Here's Weathers, goes up, leaves it short, and the rebound goes to Hayden Short for Goodland. Scott City, no field goals here in this 3rd quarter, and they missed a couple of opportunities there to score. Shooting woes continue, only 2 points from the foul line. It's a 15-2 Goodland run here in this 3rd quarter as they lead it here. Final minute of this 3rd period. 29-26 is your score. Goodland will pull it back out now, right elbow to Spresser. 13 to shoot, finds the right block to Allie Kier, goes in, bank shot, no, got her own rebound as Irvin hit the deck, and then a whistle and a foul and 2 free throws. Goodland has been the aggressor, and Scott City has not been able to punch back here for the most part in this 3rd period. Kaylee Felker's 2nd foul, the team's 4th of the quarter. And 2 free throws for Allie Kier, where she is yet to score tonight and is a 55% free throw shooter. She was pretty much out most of the first half because of 3 first-half fouls, but she has not fouled since then. Goodland has Libby Kier on the bench with 4 fouls, but Allie Kier's free throw is good and makes it 30-26. 52.5 seconds. Kendall Gentry, Avery Lewis, Mackenzie Metzger in. Out is Katie Weathers, Krista Irvin, as well as Peyton Gentry. Second free throw bounces off, and the rebound, we're going to get a tie-up. It'll still be Goodland ball, and, man, Goodland has dominated this 3rd quarter in about every facet. Now a screen right corner, and that's going to be Metzger foul, or Lewis fighting through the screen, and Lauren Linton will head to the line to shoot 2 with 45.8 to go, 3rd period. Lewis picks up her 2nd foul. Should be 2 free throws coming up, and should be Linton, the free throw shooter, and she'll head to the line. She leads Goodland tonight with 12 points. She is 2 of 3 at the line. Goodland in this quarter is make that 3 of 5 at the line and 4 of 6. And they extend their lead to 31-26 with 45.8 to go. It's a 17-2 run for the Cowgirls in this third quarter. Scott City led by 10. Scott City is still without a field goal here. They haven't had a field goal in almost 8 minutes. The free throw misses. Avery Lewis can't grab the board. She'll get the ball in the tie-up with 44.2 to go in the period. Maureen Martin returns to the Cowgirl lineup. She will replace Hayden Short. .35 seconds to go, third quarter into Avery Lewis trying to drive in, puts up the tough shot, no, but right to Trout. And finally, Scott City with a field goal in this third quarter. It took a while, but 8 points for Trout, 31-28, 23 seconds to go here in the third quarter. Shot clock is off. .14 seconds to go here in the stanza. Up top now to Bierman with 8. With 7, tight defense by Kaylee Felker with 6, with 5, almost a 5 count. And now with it is Quain with 3, with 2, with 1. Goodland will not get a shot off as the third quarter comes to an end. But Goodland outscores Scott City 17-4 in the third quarter. Lady Beavers hanging in here though. Despite the tough shooting, down 31-28 as we go to the fourth quarter. Back in a minute. This is Lady Beaver basketball.
For exceptional service in real estate, put Stephanie Shapland at Shapland Real Estate to work for you. Property homework is what we do best at Shapland Real Estate. We put forth every effort to get results that move you. Our expertise in buying and selling residential, commercial, and agriculture property is built on the tradition of trust and thoroughness that you deserve. Shapland Real Estate takes pride in our community and in cheering on our students in all that they do. Give Shapland Real Estate a call or visit our website today.
As your local community foundation, we are dedicated to preserving local wealth so the communities in and around Scott County will forever remain an attractive place to live, work, and raise a family. We respond to the needs of our community through grant making, scholarships, and other special projects. Visit us online at scottcf.org.
17-4 in that third quarter. The Beavers went about 8 minutes between a field goal. It'll be Goodland ball to begin the fourth quarter and a 31-28 lead as we're back here to action to begin this fourth period. Cowgirls with the ball off a screen up top to Maureen Martin. Lauren Linton tonight leads Goodland with 13 points. Scott City led by Megan Trout with 8. Backdoor cut, and the shot is up and in. Hope Bierman with 8 points. She has 7.5, and it's 33-28. 7:38 to go in the ball game, and Goodland has also started off pretty hot in this second half. Scott City only 1 field goal and 4 points. The length of Goodland's defense in the second half as they've turned it up on the defensive end. Now track cutting gets loose, and we're going to get a tie-up. It'll be Scott City's ball underneath with 15 to shoot. The length for Goodland has been a factor, especially in this second half. Scott City's not been able to adjust as well to the defense that Goodland has thrown out there. And Coach Bill Bierman, is going to burn a timeout. It's a 30-second timeout with 7:22 to go. Goodland is down to 3 timeouts remaining. Lady Beavers trailing by 5, 33-28. Basketball presented here by J. Andrew Trucking, JF Beaver Advertising, Jackson Legal Group, Lebanon Lawn and Tree, Low Tree Farms and Livestock, Metzger Appraisals and Metzger Family Farms, also Midwest Mixer, Miller Veterinary Clinic, Norder Supply, New Life Market, Perfect Auto Detailing, Plain Jans, and Platinum H Insurance. Goodland has won the last 9 in this series, or how about the last 8 in this series, and 9 in the last 10. Scott City trying to beat Goodland for the first time since 2020, but right now down by 5, but still a long ways to go when we're in the first minute of the fourth quarter with 7:22 to go. So out of that 30-second timeout, Scott City has 15 to shoot, down 33-28. It's been a 19-4 second half run for the Cowgirls. Kaylee Felker trying to get it in to avoid the 5 count. Ball knocked out by Goodland, 14 to shoot. Kaylee to inbound it. Looking for a cutter here. Throw it up top to Trout. Catches it. Goes around and loses it. Now we're getting another tie-up, and Scott City's going to have their 16th turnover. So Scott City had 6 early turnovers in the second half that allowed Goodland to get on a roll. As the Cowgirls scored the first 12 points of the third quarter, they went on a 12-0 run and a 5-0 run, and they lead by 5. First minute of this fourth quarter, Libby Kier out there with 4 fouls in the tough shot. Marie Martin, no. The rebound fought for, ripped away by Kaylee Felker. Good rebound by Scott City that time. Here come the Lady Beavers, down 5, first minute of the fourth quarter. Mackenzie Metzger with the dribble, goes up top between the circles to Kaylee Felker. Felker with it as she is guarded by Linton. Hands it off. Here is Kendall Gentry. She's going to take it all the way to the rack. Her layup is blocked, but she's fouled as she hits the standard, and Marie Martin picks up her first. Team foul number 1 of the fourth quarter with 6:47 to go. And I think probably what might have been said by Coach Justin Froh is Scott City needs to go a bit downhill and a little bit more to the rack here. Kendall Gentry to line for 2 free throws. She has 2 points tonight. Scott City tonight has struggled. 5 of 11. They've missed their last 4 until that free throw, 33-29, 6:47 to go. Goodland is 8 of 17 at the line. Second free throw coming up here for the senior. And it's good as well, just as pure as the first. She is 61% coming into tonight. And the Lady Beavers pulled to within 33-30, 6:45 to go. Gentry almost gets the steal, and she does. She'll pump fake, go up, miss the shot. A lot of contact. Metzger with the board. She'll go up, can't get it to go either. A lot of contact underneath. They let it play through, and the rebound goes to Goodland. A missed couple opportunities that time for Scott City. Metzger still scoreless. Now that Goodland gets it to Libby Kier, and she'll almost lose it, but right in the hands now. Left wing 3 is up, and that is too strong. The rebound, Trout had it poked out of her hands, but in the hands of Kendall Gentry for the Lady Beavers. And a whistle, and they're going to call Kendall with carrying the basketball, and that's a 17 Scott City turnover. Spresser in to replace Kier. Also, Hayden Short's going to re-enter to replace Allie Kier with 6:14 to go in this ball game. Scott City has had some opportunities here to inch a little closer. Just 1 field goal in almost 10 minutes of play here in the second half. They shot a season-low 23% on, or 24% on Saturday at Garden City, and the second half is almost reminiscent of that. Here's Hope Bierman going to go in, splits the defenders and scores it. Bierman with 10. She has all 4 of their points in the fourth quarter. 35-30, 6 minutes to go. Gentry now needs help, finds Avery Lewis. She'll drive in, tried to get it to somehow stripped with it as Piper Fox. Irvin up top to Gentry, steps back. 18 to shoot, 5:50 to go in the game. 35-30 Goodland. Scott City's not been able to counter with more than 2 points here in this fourth quarter as the ball is poked away. Not allow Goodland to bring in a couple of subs. Jacelyn Gable and Allie Kier to return. Scott City will have 10 to shoot. Goodland's defense has forced Scott City late into the shot clock in this second half. Scott City did have 1 shot clock violation after the ball was airballed. Now here's Piper Fox trying to get into Trout, throws it away, and we get a pushing foul underneath on Scott City for their 19th turnover of the night. That'll be on Megan Trout, her second. 5:42 to go fourth quarter. Both teams with 1 foul in the fourth quarter, but Goodland with a 5-point lead as Peyton Gentry enters in for Chris Irvin. Goodland inbounded in. They get it into Lauren Linton. Now goes to Allie Kier. Kier will take it across the 10-second line. Almost walked with it. Now to Gable. Gable goes left, guarded by Peyton Gentry out high. Scott City needs to turn it up on the defensive end. They trail by 5, 5.5 to go. With it here is Spresser. Uses upper dribble, needs help. Back up top, it'll go to Hayden Short, and then back to Allie Kier. 35-30, 5:20 to go. With it here, almost a tie-up by Trout up top. Now here's Linton driving in. Her runner is banked off and a foul. Late whistle and a foul. That's on Piper Fox, her third, with 5:13 remaining. That'll be the third foul, as I mentioned, on Fox. Linton back to line. She has the team-high 13. Her and Hope Bierman are in double figures. Bierman with 10, Linton with 13. First to 2 charity shots is good, and Goodland now has the largest lead at 36-30 with 5:13 to go. Only 6 second-half points for Scott City and 1 field goal, as they can not only buy a basket, but they've turned the ball over a lot here in this second half, and Goodland looking to extend their lead here, and they do. 37-30, Libby Cure in for Linton, who has 15 points on the night. Goodland now 9 of 19 make that 10 of 19 from the line, and they have make that a 7-point lead with 5:10 to go. Bounce pass, here's Peyton Gentry. She's going to take this one all the way. Her layup hits the side of the backboard and draws the foul. That'll be on Spresser. That'll be just her first. Goodland's second team foul of the fourth quarter, and Peyton Gentry, who is 50% on the year at the line, will have 2 free throws coming up. 5:02 to go. First free throw is good and makes it 37-31. So 7 points for Scott City scored in this second half, 5 of them at the foul line. 5:02 to go. And that one nothing but net as well for Gentry. She has her first points, 36-30, should be 37-32, I believe. 5 minutes to go. Goodland with it in the backcourt. Allie Cure, the bounce pass, finds to Hope Bierman. Bierman, 4:50 to go. I guess we're going to go with what the scoreboard has, 36-32. Now up top it goes to Spresser. Uses upper dribble, guarded by Trout, almost stripped out of there, and we have a whistle and a foul. They're going to get a push on Avery Lewis fighting through a screen, and that'll be Lewis's third foul here with 4:40 to go. Scott City's that's on Lewis, third team foul by Scott City here in the fourth quarter, as that allows Libby Cure to re-enter for Mecklen Spresser and a fresh 35 on the Goodland shot clock. Bounce pass up top to Hope Bierman. Holds it now, goes over to Marie Martin. Martin with it. Up top now to Libby Cure. Cure now hands it off behind her to Allie Cure. 4.5 to go. Now they get it right on the scoreboard. It is 37-32. That's going to be an offensive foul. Lauren Linton trying to clear out there, and good defense up top by Piper Fox. And that'll be Linton's third foul with 4:24 to go. She was swinging some elbows there. Good defense out high, and applause from Coach Justin Furrow. And now Scott City needs to take advantage of that. They need some points right now. They only have 1 field goal out of their 8 points here, 6 free throws here in this fourth quarter. Bounce pass to Megan Trout, loses it, had it, and then lost it again, stolen away in a much costly turnover again for the Lady Beavers, and that'll be a travel by Goodland. That'll be their 12th turnover of the game. With 4:14 to go, Scott City has committed 19 turnovers on the night unofficially. Make that 18 turnovers. The Lady Beavers can't afford to go empty-handed here, down by 5 here with 4:08 to go. Here's Peyton Gentry. Kicks it out to Kendall Gentry, right baseline. Piper Fox from 17, crawls off. Backside rebound, Avery Lewis. She is fouled going up, and that'll be on Marie Martin, her second, and team foul number 4 in the Cowgirls with 4:01 to go. And Lewis, who's got just 2 points tonight, makes her first trip to the line. 4:01 to go. Scott City down by 5, despite their tough shooting woes. And that'll rattle in for Lewis. Her third point makes it 37-33, 4:01 to go. As back out will be Cure, just to keep her alive in the ball game, as Coach Bill Bierman. Now it's Kaylee Felker, and once again that was Michael Spresser back in for Goodland. Cure has 4 fouls. She exits. Second free throw here for Avery Lewis. The first time that Scott City has had back-to-back possessions of points. They have stayed alive because of the free throw shooting here in the fourth quarter. It's 37-34, midway point, fourth quarter. Pressure in the backcourt, but Goodland is about to break it. Hope Bierman into the front court, right wing. Now up top, here's Allie Cure. Guarded quickly by Gentry. Tight defense, almost stolen away. Now Spresser almost too tight a defense, almost a tie-up. And Spresser with it. Ball deflected but picked up by Lauren Linton. 14 to shoot for the Cowgirls. Allie Cure with it up top. 3:35 to go. 3-point Goodland lead in the basketball. Lauren Linton up top holds it with 6. Up top, here's Hope Bierman. Guarded by Gentry with 3, with 2, with 1. Goodland will not get a shot off, and that's a shot clock violation. Scott City with back-to-back solid defensive possessions, and they have the ball down 3 with 3:25 to go as Libby Cure re-enters the game. Scott City with 10 points in the second half, only 1 field goal, and Goodland wants time. It'll be a full. We'll take it as well. 3:25 to go, fourth quarter. Scott City trailing Goodland 37-34. Back in a minute. This is Scott City basketball.
There's nothing more spacious than Western Kansas, and nobody closer than our communities. We are determined to keep our communities connected to schools, kids to teachers and parents. We believe a connected world is a better place. We're more than what we do for our hometowns. It's what we do with our hometowns. S&T is proud to be your family, your friends, your neighbor.
Scott City with the ball down 3. 3:25 to go. Both teams down to 2 timeouts. Goodland has 2 fulls left. Scott City has a full and a 30. Team fouls in this fourth quarter. Goodland has 4. Scott City 3. Possession arrow favors the Lady Beavers. Kendall Gentry now to Avery Lewis. Out of the timeout up top to Kendall Gentry. Kaylee Felker threw her hands on a turnover. Well, not yet. It'll be a jump ball, and it'll be Scott City's ball. So they survive here with 23 to shoot as they will inbound it underneath their own basket with 3:12 remaining, down 3. 37-34 your score as Peyton Gentry to inbound it. The sophomores come in with some good minutes here in this. Into Piper Fox. Bank shot, no! Scott City still with 1 field goal in this second half, and that's going to be a tie-up, and Goodland's ball in the possession arrow. Oh, I think Fox might have gotten a little too excited there, but that happens. And a good effort, though, but here's Goodland inbound it. Scott City's going to apply full court pressure. All 5 Cowgirls are in the backcourt right now as we're down to the 3:05 mark of this fourth quarter. Scott City doesn't need to foul yet, but Goodland needs to get it across here. Marie Martin now, that's going to be almost a 10-second call. And they just got it over 10 seconds to spare. It was 25 when the pass was across half court. And now with it is Lauren Linton with 2:45 to go, a 3-point Scott City deficit. Goodland with the ball with Allie Cure. She'll pull it out high, 10 to shoot for the Cowgirls, who lead at 37-34. They try to get the backdoor cut. Good, well, nicely defended. Libby Cure with it. Tough shot backside. Here's 1 second shot up. No, and a foul and 2 free throws as Linton draws the contact and Scott City bails the Cowgirls out. And that foul will be charged to Kaylee Felker, her third. Linton, who sank 2 free throws earlier in this period, heads to the line for 2 with 2:33 to go. Lady Beavers defended for about 33 of the 35 seconds pretty well, but draw the foul on Felker, her third. Free throw short, so it actually works out here with 2:33 to go in the next thing. Scott City with 14 fouls, but if there's a miss here, the Lady Beavers need to rebound. They only have 1 field goal here in this second half, and it's 38-34 and Linton with 14. Goodland will pick up Scott City in the half court and go to the 1-3-1. Kendall Gentry bounce pass right to Peyton Gentry. Back up top it goes to Kendall. And to Kaylee Felker at the foul line. Bounce pass low, but retrieved by Avery Lewis. Skips it and Peyton Gentry almost got undercut. Gets underneath the Fox. Shot up. Yes for 2. Fox with 8. 38-36. Justin Furrow wants time with 2:15 to go. And Scott City back to within 2 on just their second field goal of the second half. And it'll be a 30-second timeout taken by Coach Furrow. The Beavers will be down to 1 timeout left, and that'll be a full. Goodland has 2 timeouts left, both fulls, as Piper Fox scores Scott City's second field goal of the second half. She has 8 for the ball game. Lady Beavers 6 of 6 at the line in this fourth quarter. They're 11 of 17 for the ball game. And they now trail it by 2, 38-36. Scott City and Goodland only 1 3-pointer made in this ball game. It has been pretty much just a defensive effort for both sides here. We're here on KWKR, Leota Garden City here. We're at the top of the hour. As just past the top of the hour, out of the timeout. Oh, almost a walk that time for Hope Bierman. She'll race it all the way and will lay it up and score it. She has 6 in the quarter, 12 for the game, and Goodland doubles up their lead with 2:04 to go. 40-36. So a big basket for Goodland out of the timeout. Kendall Gentry, Piper Fox, and throws it away. 19 Scott City turnover and a whistle and a reach and foul that'll send Marie Martin to the line for 2. And it's the 4th foul on Gentry. Boy, Scott City worked so hard to get it to within 2, and then Goodland gets the run out by Bierman on the layup, and then a turnover and a foul with 1:54 remaining. Martin, her second trip to the line, has just 3 points tonight. She is 1 of 2 at the line. Goodland is 3 of 4 in this fourth quarter, make it 4 of 5 as they extend their lead to 41-36, 1:54 to go. So Gentry has only 1 foul to give. With 1:54 to go, she just picked up her 4th foul. To mention, that was a 15th foul in Scott City, and the Goodland lead is now at 6. She sinks them both, 42-36. Goodland now back up by 6 after Scott City had it to within 2 just a little bit ago, about 30 seconds ago. Gentry up top, now to Megan Trotter, loses it, trying to make a move, and Scott City with back-to-back turnovers, and a tie-up actually will keep it on Scott City's end, so not a turnover yet with 1:42 to go. The thing with when you're down here late in the ball game, you don't want to get rushed, and Scott City probably thinking a little too fast, and they need to be poised and take your time and get a good look here. 24 to shoot as Peyton Gentry inbounded in. Metzger checks in out of that last timeout. And to avoid the 5 count, they get it into Fox. Catches it, power dribble. Goes up and can't get it, but she draws a foul. She'll have 2 free throws coming up here with 1:40 to go. And Scott City will have a chance to score that. Any time running off the clock. That's on, they're going to get that on Allie Cure. That'll be her 4th. So her and Libby Cure each with 4 with 1:40 to go. And Fox hits the free throw. She has 9, 42-37. She now has a team high at points, 1:40 to go. But turnovers and lack of field goals in the second half are going to hurt Scott City. The second free throw misses, a tie-up, and that's going to be Goodland ball on the possession arrow with 1:38 left. Your Scott City just need to get a defensive stop here. You're down 5, but also time running out here. That could be an issue here. And Goodland almost throws it away. Can you get a defensive stop? The answer is yeah. Oh, no, but still, that almost was an undercut, and Goodland will burn one of their final 2 timeouts. It almost looked like an undercut there that wasn't called there. They let it play through. It's a full. Goodland will burn one of their final 2 timeouts. Let's take a 30-second break. 1:30 to go. 42-37. Goodland up by 5. We'll come back in 30 seconds. We'll keep it right here. I beg your pardon. They did have a 30-second timeout to go, so we'll keep it right here with 1:30 to go in the game. 42-37. Goodland leads it, so Cowgirls survive there. They get the timeout and save the possession. The possession arrow does favor the Lady Beavers if there is a tie-up. It'll be Goodland basketball out of the timeout with plenty of time to shoot. They're at 33 seconds. And out of the timeout, Goodland ball, 90 seconds to go. So both teams are down to 1 timeout, but timeouts. 1 timeout apiece, I should say, for each team. Both teams in 5 fouls. Possession arrow favors Scott City. Minute 18 to go. With it out high is Lauren Linton. Scott City doesn't need a foul yet. Linton does hand it off, and now it's to Marie Martin, who just sank a couple free throws moments ago. Goodland has been better at the foul line in the fourth quarter, 5 of 6. They're 13 of 23 for the ball game. 6 to shoot. About final minute to go. Ball almost stripped out of there, and it's going to be stolen away. Lead pass down the floor. Here's Avery Lewis. Lewis will take it all the way, and she will lay it up. Leave it short, but she is fouled by Lauren Linton, her 4th foul with 53.8 to go, and Scott City can score without any time running off the clock here. Lady Beavers are 7 of 8 at the line in the fourth quarter here. So Allie Cure, Lauren Linton, and Libby Cure each with 4 fouls for Goodland. Scott City has Kendall Gentry with 4 fouls, and Lewis hits the free throw. She has 3 points there all at the line in the fourth quarter, 42-38, 53.8 to go. Now, if you're Scott City, you want to kind of amp up the defense. You don't necessarily need to foul right away. And 42-39, I was assuming she was going to make the free throw. And pass is almost on the way, and it is with 49.8. You don't need a three yet. And Goodland turns the ball over for the 13th time. Scott City with a chance. Down one score here with 49.8 to go. 42-39, Goodland leads it. Scott City with the last 3 points of the ball game. Metzger to inbound it in up high to Peyton Gentry. Puts it on the floor, 45 seconds lob to Piper Fox. She'll drive and gets it stripped and stolen away, but then a tie-up by Peyton Gentry saves the possession with 29 to shoot. 43.2 to go in the game. Beavers down by 3, 42-39. If you're Scott City, you want to get a quick basket here because of the shot clock, and you want to make it here. They'll get it up top to Piper Fox, almost fouled. Now to Mackenzie Metzger, 40 seconds to go. Metzger with it up high, goes left to Avery Lewis. Lets the defender go by, left corner. Peyton Gentry turns down the three, drives in, hangs, shoots, can't get it, but she'll get 2 fouls. It's a foul on the floor. Marie Martin picks up her 3rd foul. Goodland in the penalty already. But opportunity here for the sophomore to get 2 free throws that inch Scott City closer with the shot clock now off with 33 seconds to go. First to 2, too strong. Still going to be a one-score game, 42-39. Now if Scott City in the backcourt, you don't need to foul right away. I think Justin Froh is going to take a timeout if Scott City hits this free throw. And she does not. The rebound, Goodland has it. You don't need to foul right away. You need to, now you'll have to, if they take it across here with 25 seconds. Peyton Gentry tried to foul and almost lost. Scott City needs to foul. Now you foul, there it is. 19.7 to go. Peyton Gentry fouls for the 2nd time in the ball game. And 2 free throws coming up here for Hope Bierman, who has 1 of 2 at the line tonight and has had come up big for the Cowgirls in the 4th quarter with 12 points. First to 2, rimming in and out. Still going to be a one-score game. Could be a 2-possession game here if she misses this free throw, but Scott City has to come down quickly and score. Second free throw short as well. Rebound Fox. Scott City needs a little urgency to bring it across. 15 seconds to go. They get it to Metzger and a timeout. With 14.6 to go, still at 42-39. Let's come back in 30 seconds. This is Scott City Beaver basketball.
For exceptional service in real estate, put Stephanie Shapland at Shapland Real Estate to work for you. Property homework is what we do best at Shapland Real Estate. We put forth every effort to get results that move you. Our expertise in buying and selling residential, commercial, and agriculture property is built on the tradition of trust and thoroughness that you deserve. Shapland Real Estate takes pride in our community and in cheering on our students in all that they do. Give Shapland Real Estate a call or visit our website today.
As your local community foundation, we are dedicated to preserving local wealth so the communities in and around Scott County will forever remain an attractive place to live, work, and raise a family. We respond to the needs of our community through grant making, scholarships, and other special projects. Visit us online at scottcf.org.
This entire second half, and really if you think about that, it's kind of amazing they're still a part of this game. They have the ball but are out of timeouts. Possession arrow favors the Cowgirls, 14.6 to go. So they've stayed alive here after led 24-14 and a half. Goodland scored the first 12 points of the second half. Now Trout, his right side, Metzger with 12 seconds. She loses it, and that'll be a tie-up, but it'll be Goodland basketball. I think Megan was just thinking about getting a little ahead of herself there, and I think just kind of the late game situation, Scott City hasn't handled it as well tonight as maybe they did against Altus on Thursday night. Now they need to foul. 8 seconds go, but valuable time running off the clock, and Metzger fouls Martin here with 7.2 to go. She just sank 2 free throws moments ago. Metzger with just her 2nd foul, but 42-39. Turnovers have been costly here down the stretch for the Lady Beavers. And Goodland 7.2 away from their 9th straight win over Scott City. But that free throw short, still leaving the door open here. But any free throw here out of these 2 for Martin, Ball, but probably ice this one. Scott City out of timeouts. and that'll make it 43-39 as she hits 1 out of 2. 7.2 to go inbound to Peyton Gentry. Just launch one up here. Here's Trout with it with 3. Puts up a tough shot, banks it in, but that's going to be too little too late. 43-41, Goodland will escape out of here with a 2-point victory, rallying from a 10-point halftime deficit as Trout into double figures with 10, but it's 2 points short for the Lady Beavers as Goodland wins it here, 43-41. The Lady Beavers are now 0-1 in league, 2-3 on the year. Goodland 3-1 in league and 2-0. Or 4-1 overall, 2-0 in conference play. Post-game coverage will begin in 3 minutes. This is Scott City Beaver basketball.
For exceptional service in real estate, put Stephanie.
As your local community foundation, we are dedicated to preserving local wealth so the communities in and around Scott County will forever remain an attractive place to live, work, and raise a family. We respond to the needs of our community through grant making, scholarships, and other special projects. Visit us online at scottcf.org.
There's nothing more spacious than Western Kansas, and nobody closer than our communities. We are determined to keep our communities connected to schools, kids to teachers and parents. We believe a connected world is a better place. We're more than what we do for our hometowns. It's what we do with our hometowns. S&T is proud to be your family, your friends, your neighbor.
At Red Barn Enterprises, we bring you the best products in agriculture through the Max Yield system, placing the right products on every field of your farm. Use Axis Seed, BW Fusion, Meristem Crop Performance, and Pivot Bio to enhance your crop's resilience and productivity today. Trust Red Barn Enterprises for all your crop needs and join us in cheering on the Beavers.
As they prepare for another great year of achievements. Just as our students prepare for another successful year, we encourage you to be prepared for whatever life may bring you. Stop in and talk with a knowledgeable staff at Western State Bank, whether it be a new home loan, financing for your business, or any one of our checking and savings account options. We're here to help you. Make sure to check out all of our internet banking options provided at wsbks.com. Western State Bank, member FDIC. And as always, go Beavers!
Post-game coverage once again presented here by Precision Ag and Seed. Adam Canavy with you here from Scott Community Event Center. Lady Beavers lose a tough one here tonight. Poor field goal shooting in the second half would hurt them in the end, and costly turnovers as Goodland rallies from a 10-point halftime deficit to win 43-41 here. But the Lady Beavers fall to 0-1 in the conference, 2-3 overall. It wasn't not a good effort tonight. They played hard, just could not. Really, Goodland came out on the fighting and swinging in that second half, and Scott City wasn't able to kind of respond to that early punch by the Cowgirls to begin the third quarter, and Scott City was pretty much playing from behind the whole second half. Goodland led by as many as 6 in that second half. Scott City would battle to within 2 on a couple of occasions, including the end, but they fell 2 points short here tonight by the count of 43-41. As Goodland tonight was led by Lauren Linton officially with 16, 12 for Hope Bierman. Also 6 for Marie Martin. She had 3 points in that fourth quarter and went 3 of 4 down the stretch at the charity line. Also, 4 for Libby Kier, and 2 for Mike Linspresser, and 1 for Allie Kier. Unofficially, the Cowgirls go 14 of 27 at the line. They were 6 of 10 in that fourth quarter. They ended up with 10 steals. They had 13 turnovers tonight here as well. For Scott City, they were led in the scoring tonight. 10 for Megan Trout, 9 for Piper Fox, 6 for Avery Lewis. She went 4 of 4 at the line. 5 for Chris Irvin all in that first half. Kendall Gentry added 4. And then Peyton Gentry and Katie Weathers each with 2, and Kaylee Felker with 1. Scott City ended up going 14 of 23 for the ball game. They were 9 of 12 at the line in the fourth quarter alone, but only had 3 field goals the entire second half. And boy, that just really came back and hurt them at the end. But Scott City also had their share of turnovers. They would end up with looks like 20 on the night, and that would come back and hurt them in the end. Lady Beavers fall here tonight, 43 to 41. As I mentioned, just 3 baskets the entire second half. The rest of their points came from the foul line. They led it 24-14 at the break. And then they scored 11 points in the second half at the line and 6 from the field. So that's kind of a tough recipe there to come back or to win the ball game. But Goodland kind of rallies like they did the second straight year here against Scott City. Let's take a 2-minute break, and when we come back in 2 minutes, we're going to begin our boys pregame. We'll try to get Justin Froh in there along the way as well. We'll come back with head coach Brian Gentry in our boys pregame. We'll come back in 2 minutes here. This is Scott City Beaver basketball.
At Axis Seed Red Barn, we're committed to dialing in the data for your farming success. Our corn hybrids offer exceptional drought tolerance and impressive ear flex, ensuring a profitable harvest. Proudly local, yet backed by a national brand, we deliver top-tier seeds with a personal touch. And as always, we're here to support our community, cheering on the Beavers. Axis Seed, where data meets dedication.
They said this place was too isolated to call home. They said it was too remote to build a community. And then one day, a farmer strung a copper wire from one fence post to another and changed everything. We didn't build the communities of Southwest Kansas. No, we just brought them together.
We believe investing in our community is how we make a lasting impact. It's about more than just providing wireless services. We believe in rolling up our sleeves and working side by side with local organizations. Whether you're sharing cherished moments, staying updated on trends, or exploring your surroundings, we're there to keep you connected. Next Tech Wireless. We are Kansas.
Adding value to our community has been our priority since day one. That's why the Scott Co-op is here with 8 elevator locations, 2 service stations, 5 card trolls, bulk fuel and oil delivery, as well as a full-service agronomy department, including agronomy services, seed, chemical, fertilizer, and custom application. Visit us online at scottcoop.com or download our app for more information. Scott Co-op is a proud supporter of our local communities.
Welcome back to the Scott Community Event Center. Adam Kadavy with you on KWKR The Rock. As we continue with our pregame coverage, pregame interview is brought to you by Farm Bureau Financial Services with Hugh and Benz in Scott City and Leota. I'm joined here with Coach Brian Gentry here in the pregame. And Coach, thanks for joining me here this evening. A big win for you guys to rally in overtime on Saturday against Garden City on the road, and 64-62 win. And I tell you, it was tough looking in the third quarter and even early fourth quarter down 9, but you guys gutted it out, found a way to get to overtime, and found a way to win in the end.
Yeah, those are things that, only a few teams, tough teams, are able to pull off. You get down 9, 10, and then you come back and cut it to 2 or 4, and then they stretch it back to 9. That's a tough hurdle to get over. And great teams, find ways to win even when they're not playing their best. And I thought our guys did a great job of doing that.
Well, it was a big night for Jackson underneath 31 points and 14 rebounds, and he had the game-winning shot there, and that was all because of what Eloy was able to do to get to the basket and leave him wide open on the other side.
Yeah, they played that ball screen pretty much the same way the whole time, and their post guys stepped out to hedge it, and Avery set a great screen on him that allowed, Eloy did a great job on the hesitation dribble to kind of get that post player back out of his way and got downhill, and Avery's screen, got Jackson loose. Their backside help did a good job of coming down to try to help on Jackson. We talk about shooting kick-out threes, but that's one of them. I'm glad he didn't kick out.
To get a win like that and to get to unbeaten at 4-0 on the season and go 3-0 for a second straight year in that Round Ball Classic says kind of where this program is at right now.
Yeah, I think our seniors have been a big part of kind of the uplifting of our program.
Adding value to our community has been our priority.
We compete every night, and now we're starting to put it together and go on some runs and win some games. So can't say enough about these seniors.
Joining with Coach Brian Gentry in the pregame tonight, it's Goodland ranked number 2 right now in the 3A polls that came out here today, but they've kind of picked up from where they left off a year ago, even losing a few of their key players, 3 starters I think from last year, their state runner-up run, but they just look pretty solid right now.
I mean, you step out on the floor, and when they get out there, you don't know if you're looking at a JUCO team or a high school. So they've got size everywhere. They've got the ability to stretch the floor and shoot it. The Brumbaugh kids, over the last 3 years, has probably taken bigger strides than any high school player that I've seen so far. He's just an amazing player. And you mix that with another guy that came off the bench last year in Lennon, who's 6'5", and then of course you've got one of the top athletes in the state, in the country, in Lincoln. So they've got a whole lot of tools and a whole lot of weapons that we're going to have to be really locked in defensively, and we're going to have to rebound at a very high clip. We're going to have to really battle tonight to give ourselves a chance. With that being said, with that size, we've got to spread them out. We've got to spread them out. We've got to drive them. We've got to seek out that kick-out three, but at the same time, we still want to play through Jackson, regardless of how big some of their players are. Jackson's pretty big himself.
Should be a fun one here in a big early season test here for Scott City in their league opener against Goodland. Coach Brian Gentry joining here pregame. Thanks as always for the time, Coach, and good luck to you guys.
All right, thanks, Adam.
And once again, we heard from Coach Brian Gentry. That pregame interview brought to you by Farm Bureau Financial Services with Hugh and Berta Benz. We bounce back to our postgame show here with the Lady Beavers losing a tough one here tonight, 43-41, as we bring in Coach Justin Froh. And Coach, just another tough loss here for you guys here. And first half was good, and then the second half, it felt like it was kind of hard for your team to kind of match the intensity that the Goodland Cowgirls had to come out of the locker room.
Yeah, just sped ourselves up, turned the ball over, and got in our own head, Something we've been preaching, to be able to put together a full game. But, take the good from this one and move on.
That's for sure. You had to like kind of how things got started in that first half. You never trailed in that first half, kind of gradually built that lead and built it up to 10. But I thought your ball movement and kind of able to kind of dissect what Goodland did in that first half. I thought you guys did a good job of that.
Yeah, I thought we did a real good job in the first half. We played with confidence. We moved the ball real well. We were, finding the open person and, getting to the line and taking easy shots down low. And then nothing really changed in the second half. From them, we just shot ourselves in the foot and got in our own head. And it was just kind of like a snowball effect from there.
For sure. But second half, I mean, it felt like the length kind of got into your team's head there a little bit there from Goodland.
Yeah, I think so. I think, Goodland does a good job always of bringing the pressure and scheming up everything really well, so give credit to them. They're a tough team to beat just based off the size they put out there, and they do everything very well and fundamentally sound. So it's always going to be a battle whenever you see them, and that, but we gotta be able to control the game ourselves. We cannot let the other team dictate what we do. And I thought we did that in the first half. In the second half, we started letting them dictate what we were going to do, and we started turning the ball over, and then we got flustered, and then it just was all downhill from there. So we just can't have those mental lapses in the second half and lead to those big droughts. And, 3 field goals isn't going to win you a whole lot of games in the second half.
No, aside of that, I think you had to like what you saw at times from your team. They're being able to get to the foul line in the second half where you didn't as much in that first half.
Yeah, I thought we did a good job of, battling down low. I thought there was a lot that, could have gone our way that didn't, but that's fine. That's the part of the game, but you got to be able to adjust to that and move on, and I thought we played real well. They were letting us get away with some, handsy stuff on the other end too, so we were up in their face and causing some problems for them on their offensive end. I never thought they really got into anything very effectively all night, because our pressure was real good. Our defense was pretty solid. It was just those little mental lapses where we'd give them layups or whatever off turnovers and backdoor cuts because we're staring at the ball. It was simple stuff for them. We made the game easy for them, whenever we weren't up pressuring the ball or we got lost. So really it comes down to just us being able to play our game under control and not speed ourselves up, not get in our own heads, not let the other team dictate what we're going to do. And if we can do that, I think we have a good chance of winning this game, and we've had a good chance of winning every single game this year. It's really just those mental lapses that we have that just set us back so far, and we can't seem to dig ourselves out of the hole.
All right, well, you get 2 more practices to get ready for Holcomb on Friday nights, and it's going to be another challenge there on the road.
Yeah, definitely going to be another tough game on the road to finish out the stretch here before break, but we're going to have to get back into the gym and get focused and ready to go so that way we can put together hopefully a full game.
Once again, Coach Justin Froh, as we wrap up our girls portion of our broadcast. Thanks as always, Coach, and we'll talk to you coming up here tomorrow.
All right, thanks, Adam.
All right, once again, Coach Justin Froh joining us here post-game. We'll come back with our pregame show presented by Scott Cope with our boys coming up. We'll come back in 1 minute. This is Scott City Beaver basketball. Thank you.
Since day one. That's why the Scott Co-op is here with 8 elevator locations, 2 service stations, 5 card trolls, bulk fuel and oil delivery, as well as a full-service agronomy department, including agronomy services, seed, chemical, fertilizer, and custom application. Visit us online at scottcoop.com or download our app for more information. Scott Co-op is a proud supporter of our local communities.
City, where they service what they sell.
Back here inside the Scott Community Events Center, Adam Kadavy with you here as Rylan Anderson, your student engineer, back in the mix. I did it again, strike 2. KWKR Studios. We're on KWKR instead of Mix 94.5 tonight, but Scott City and Goodland set to battle here as these two teams 4-0 on the year, now newly state-ranked team. Scott City entered the KBCA polls at number 9 today. Holcomb ahead of them at number 8. Goodland at number 2. Lakin in the middle of that pack there in Class 3A as well. So good to see Scott City flavor in the state rankings here as we enter here tonight in a big matchup here in 3A. 2 of the top 9 programs in the state of Kansas right now, according to the KBCA polls. Goodland, their state runner-up team a year ago, losing to Wellsville in the state championship game. This is the team that's off to a hot start as they are 4-0 on the year in a big win over Colby, where they were able to pull away in that second half as they ended up beating the Colby Eagles 75-50, and 53 of those points came from the 2 seniors, Brady Brumbaugh and Lincoln Kier. Brumbaugh at 27, Kier at 26 against the Colby Eagles there on Friday night, and they were able to pull away after being up just 5 at half. The team that averages 64 points a game only has 10 turnovers a contest, and they have a lot of height there on that team. You start 2 6'6" kids, a 6'5" kid, and they'll bring on a 6'3" and a 6'2" and so forth off the bench as well. But a lot of the height and length for this Goodland Cowboy team coming in here to tonight's ball game. For Scott City, they are 4-0, and they had to rally from a 10-point deficit. Their first deficit of the year the other night against Garden City. But they were able to rally in overtime and win it 64-62. Got the basket by Jackson Rumford with about 3 seconds to go, and were able to hold off the Garden City Buffaloes down in the Garden on Saturday night. Second straight year Scott City has started out 4-0. They started out 6-0 last year. And ironically, after their 6-0 start last year, their first loss of the season came to Goodland. So Scott City's trying to buck that trend here tonight and get their fifth win of the year heading into Holcomb on Friday. Boy, the league is not for the faint of heart this year on the boys' side of the GWAC. You have three ranked teams here with Goodland, Scott City, and Holcomb, and Colby could easily be ranked as well. They beat a ranked Lakin team, even though Lakin did not follow the rankings. Hugoton could easily be ranked at 4A, even though they're 1-2. But boy, you go down the list there. This is a gauntlet of a league here this year in the GWAC on the boys' side, and Scott City and Goodland in the thick of things there. Both Colby and Goodland enter 1-0 in league play entering tonight, and should be a good matchup here between these two programs. Scott City averaging 61 points a game in their first 4 games. They've hit the 60-point mark in 3 of those 4 games, including their 64-point performance. That's been their peak, has been at 64 points 3 of their 4 games. So I guess if Scott City's were to win tonight, they have to score 64 points. But we'll see here. But it's going to be a tall task here against a Goodland team that actually Scott City did beat last year here 57-53 in the final game of the regular season. The Beavers since 1979 are 42-32 against the Cowboys. They are 6-4 against Goodland over the last 10. That win by Scott City a year ago in the regular season finale snapped a 3-game losing streak to Goodland. These two teams, part of a 3-way tie for first in the 3A Scott City Substate standings heading into tonight 4-0. As we will get to your starting lineups here, presented here by Security State Bank in Scott City and Leota. For the Goodland Cowboys, Mike Dahl in his 8th season as the head coach, assisted by Chase Topliff and Eric Connor. They'll start off Braylon Mole. He is a junior at 5'11", averaging 7 points and 2.3 rebounds. Lincoln Kier, the Kansas State football signee, a 6'6 senior at 13.8 points and 5.5 rebounds a contest. Brady Brumbaugh, he's a 6'6 senior. He's hit 12 threes this year, averaging 22 points and 5 rebounds a game. Also, Blair Lennon, a 6'5 senior. He averages 6.3 points and 3.8 rebounds a game. And Zach Thorson, he's your 5th starter. He is a 6'1 senior at 5.8 points and 3.8 rebounds a game. Braylon Moulton, Lincoln Kier, Brady Brumbaugh, Zach Thorson, and Blair Lennon for the Cowboys. The Goodland for Scott City, coached by Brian Gentry in his 9th season, assisted by Joey Meyer and Drew Kite. It'll be Eloy Ruelas, a 5'10 senior at 6.8 points, 7 assists per contest. Avery Radke, he is a junior at 6'1", averaging 8.8 points and 4.3 rebounds a game. Junior Mesa, the 5'11 sophomore, 10.5 points, 2 rebounds a contest. Alex Tarango, a 13-point, 4 rebound performance by average. He is a 5'10 senior. Jackson Rupford, who has 2 double-doubles this year. He is a 6'6 senior, 20 points and 11 rebounds per game, coming off a 31-point, 14-rebound performance on Saturday night against Garden City. Once again, Eloy Ruelas, Avery Radke, Junior Mesa, Alex Tarango, and Jackson Rumford, your starting 5 for Scott City. This is a team that Scott City doesn't substitute a lot here, so that'll be big to see if they can maintain it for 32 minutes and stand up foul trouble. Keys of the game presented by State Farm agent Michael Trout, where you go with the proven winner. The keys tonight for Scott City, I think the big key for them is being able to just play loose, play up and down the court. And the second key for Scott City, just defend the perimeter, especially know where number 11 is. He's a good 3-point shooter in Brumbaugh with 12 threes. Goodland in the black uniforms with the gold numbers and letters. Scott City in the home white uniforms with the navy blue numbers and letters and a lighter blue trim. Goodland wins the tap as we're underway, as it was Lincoln Kieran Jackson Rumford there to tip. Braylon Mole, now a nice dish underneath to Brady Brumbaugh for 2, and Goodland has the early 2-0 lead. 7:41 to go here in the first quarter. Scott City's first trip down the floor. This is a Goodland team that lost 3 starters off their state runner-up team, but have not missed a beat from last year this year. Eloy Ruelas got it poked away, picked up by Mesa up top to Rumford. Braylon Mole has that assignment here on this first trip down, and now here's Ruelas with 15 to shoot. Uses up his dribble. They play more of a matchup. Now Rumford will drive in on Lennon, goes up, scores it and 1. Rumford ties it up at 2. As Lennon hit the deck, they let it play through. The foul will be charged to Lincoln Cure. That'll be his first, and that'll be the ball game's first foul. 2-2, 7:16 to go. So Rumford picking up from where he left off last Saturday against Garden City. Can't convert the three-point play. He's an 83% free throw shooter coming in, and Lennon clears the boards for the Cowboys. Tied at 2, 7:10 to go here in the first period of play. Goodland with the ball out high. Brady Brumbaugh left side to Thorson. Now they work it in to Lennon. He is wrapped around by Avery Radke. Both teams with a foul apiece here in the first minute of this ball game. So Radke, he has to avoid foul trouble as well. He got into foul trouble in that first half at Garden City on Saturday night. New 35 on the shot clock for the Cowboys as Mole inbounded in, a nice kiss off the glass for Lennon, and Goodland leads at 4-2, first minute of this ball game. Ruelas with it as Goodland looks to trap it behind the defense, and a layup. Oh, too strong for Alex Tarango. Oh, man, he missed that bunny. Rebound to the Cowboys. Tough miss that time by Scott City. Goodland with the ball. 4-2 your score. Layup, no, and a foul. 2 free throw coming up here for Blair Lennon. The foul will be charged to Alex Tarango, his first. Scott City with 2 team fouls. There's 6:40 to go here in the opening period, as 4 of the 5 Cowboys will come over to talk to Coach Mike Dull after Lennon attempts his first free throw. He's 50% on the year at the line as a team. The Cowboys of Goodland are 61%, and Lennon has the last 3 for Goodland. They lead at 5-2 with 6:40 to go here in the opening period. Second free throw coming up here for the senior Lennon. Short, rebound right in the hands. A line drive right into Jackson Rumford. Scott City with the ball down 3, 6.5 to go first period. Rumford with it up top, goes his left to Junior Mesa, gets a screen, does Mesa, bounce pass. Ruelas will launch a deep 3 for the tie. Almost banked it in, the rebound into the hands of Braylon Mole, who then stolen away by Scott City. The Beavers will reset here, down 5-2. With it up top, Ruelas will try another 3 over Towering Kier. Might have been partial block, but Rumford goes up and gets it, puts it up and scores it. And he's fouled from behind and 1. So Ruelas has missed a couple of threes. A couple offensive boards there for Scott City, and Rumford with 4 points and 2 rebounds and another chance to tie this game up with 6:13 to go first quarter. That foul once again was on Zach Thorson, his first. The Cowboys with 2 team fouls in this period. And Rumford eventually decides to drop home for the free throw. We're tied for the second time at 5. Just outside of 6 minutes to go first quarter. Brumbaugh into the front court left, guarded by Tarango. Up top it goes to Braylon Mole. Mole with it. Back over it goes to Brumbaugh. Launches a deep 3 and it sneaks in. That was from way downtown, and it's 8-5 with 5:56 to go. Goodland has hit their first 3 field goals. Brumbaugh with 5, his 13th triple of the year. One thing you don't want is him getting hot from the floor. Entry feed in to Jackson Rumford, double team. Needs help, works out of it, bounces it to Avery Radke. He'll try a 3 for the tie. That one's off the back iron and last touched by, they're going to say, by Brumbaugh. And it'll stay on Scott City's end. Inbound in, Ruelas up top to Alex Tarango, into Rumford, catches it. Now turnaround fadeaway, crawls off, and the rebound to Goodland, or what is it? Nope, tie up. It's going to be Scott City's ball in the possession arrow. Scott City will keep possession of the basketball, down 8-5, 5:22 to go first quarter. Inbound in. Beavers also get a new shot clock out of it. Left side to Ruelas. He's missed his first 2 threes. He has the basketball, dribbles between the legs, guarded by Mole. Steps back, 25 to shoot up top to Tarango. Tarango with the dribble, now goes left with the pass over to Radke, now to Mesa. Mesa, Rumford, guarded by Cure. What a matchup there. Backs his way in, spin move, lays it up, leaves it short, and they draw the second foul on Lincoln Cure. That is their 3rd foul of the quarter on the Cowboys. With 5 minutes exactly to go in the first period, and Rumford back to the line to shoot 2. Coach Mike Dahl will send Jackson Miller and another Cowboy to the scorers table. Free throw for Rumford, leaves it short. He's just 1 of 3 at the line here. It's all 5 of Scott City's points. Cure will exit. Also in his case in Cedarstrom, a 5'11 senior, but this is a very senior-heavy Goodland team. The sophomore Miller in, he averages 3.5. Cedarstrom at 2.5 points a game. But out are Thorson and Cure. Cure with 2 early fouls. Rumford hits 1 out of 2 and makes it 8-6. Exactly 5 minutes to go first quarter, and he has all 6 of Scott City's points. Stop and pop 3 on the way, and Brumbaugh hits it. My goodness. He is 3 of 3 from the floor. He has 8 points, and it's 11-6 with 4:45 to go first quarter of play. And now Mesa trapped out high. Scott City with the first turnover into the hands of Lennon driving in. Here's Brumbaugh, hangs, shoots, can't get it, but he's going to be fouled by Eloy Ruelas, his first, team's third with 4:39 to go. The Beavers down 5, and Goodland has hit all 3 of their shots here to begin here this ball game. Brumbaugh, who's also an excellent free throw shooter at 73%. Can't get that one to go, so that's kind of a rare miss for him at the foul line. He's 8 of 11 coming into tonight. Goodland is a team 61% at the line. They are now 1 of 3 there. Scott City is 2 of 4. They're a 74% free throw shooting team, but Brumbaugh hits 1 out of 2. He has 9, and he has 9 of Goodland's 12 points. 4:35 to go here in the first quarter, and Scott City almost turns the ball over again. Goodland applying some 1-2-2 full court pressure and a low pass, and back-to-back Scott City turnovers run for them and able to pick it up. Driving in is Brumbaugh, kicks it right corner, 3 on the way for Miller, too strong. Rebound, Lennon grabs it, saves it right to Eloy Ruelas. Here come the Beavers down the floor, right corner to Alex Tarango, catch and shoot 3, yes! Tarango with his 7th triple of the year pulls Scott City to within 12-9, cuts the deficit in half near the midway point of this first quarter, but there's Brumbaugh wide open for 3. Leaves that short, but the long rebound to Case and Cedarstrom, and Goodland resets. Up 12-9, 3:50 to work first quarter. With it is out high is Lennon. Now here's another Brumbaugh 3. No. Rebound tipped around, and Radke ends up with it for Scott City. So Brumbaugh cooling off a little bit. He's missed his last 2 triples. Goodland's missed their last 3 after hitting their first 4 shots. 12-9, 3.5 to go. Nice cut. Here's Tarango. Can't quite drive in. Now the lob out high to Mesa. 20 to shoot, and Scott City resets with Eloy Ruelas up top. Brumbaugh will guard him. Ruelas dumps it over to Jackson Rumford. Nice give underneath and a screen layup. Oh, man, Scott City misses 2 layups from right point blank, and Brumbaugh clears the board. Oh, those could come back and haunt you in a tight game. Runner, no rebound tipped and into the hands of Eloy Ruelas. It's put up in the paint there by Miller. And Scott City down the floor quickly with Alex Tarango. Pump fakes. Now Mesa fires a deep 3. That's going to be wide left, out of bounds. Radke couldn't get to it. And it'll belong to the Goodland Cowboys as they bring in Red Eyrig. He is a 6'3 senior. He's in for the first time. Could not play basketball last year because of an ACL injury in football. He was a big performer for the Cowboys on the offensive line this year. As that was Blair Lennon. Lincoln Cure right now on the bench for 2 fouls for Goodland. Scott City, though, trailing by 3, 2:48 to go. Here's Brumbaugh, has 9, make it 11. So he gets around the screen and has a finger roll layup, 14-9 Cowboy lead. 2:40 to work first quarter. Scott City with the basketball. Eloy Ruelas almost gets it pickpocketed up top. Tight defense out high. Good defense now in the backcourt by Braylon Mullen. Coach Brian Gentry wants a timeout. It's just a 30-second timeout. With 2:31 to go here in the opening period. Basketball presented here by Pokey Feeders, Precision Ag and Seed, Pioneer Communications, Our Brothers Auto Body Mechanic, Richards Financial Services, Road and Beacon Green Agency and Iron Insurance Partners, and Rotomix. Goodland with a 14-9 lead. They have never trailed to this game. We've been tied at 2 and at 5, but since then it's been a 9-4 run for the Cowboys. Braylon Mull leading the way for Goodland with 11 points. He has 11 of their 14 points. Blair Lennon has the other 3. Scott City led by Jackson Rumford, 6, and Alex Tarango has the other 3. The Beavers with some cold shooting here in this first period of play. .231 to go first quarter, 14-9 Goodland lead, and the Scott City basketball out of Scott City's 30-second timeout. They have 15 to shoot. Radke with it, uses up a dribble, goes left out high to Junior Mesa. Up top to Alex Tarango, pump fakes on the 3, guarded by once again, Brumbaugh with 8 to shoot. 7, 6, 5. Here's Ruelas. Almost walked with a 3, 2. Shoot. And Scott City doesn't see the shot clock, and the Beavers have 3 consecutive turnovers. shot clock violation as Goodland sends back in Zach Thorson and also Bert Schlosser in for the first time as they bring in another senior, 6'2 senior. They do start 4 seniors. They also bring 3 seniors off the bench. Final 2 minutes of this period driving in. Here's Thorson, lays it up too strong. Rebound, Jackson Rumford blocking out Red Eyrig for the board. Rumford with already 3 boards here in this first quarter. Scott City with the deficit here have not led here. Handoff, here's Alex Tarango. Nice dish right corner to Radke. Turns down the 3. Rumford had great position, but ball poked away, and a whistle and a push on Rumford. And Scott City with 4 consecutive turnovers in this quarter, and Rumford picks up foul number 1, the team's 4th of the period. 14-9 Goodland here with the lead on the ball, 1:42 to go in the first quarter. They've only missed 5 shots here from the field in this first period. They get in the front court here to Schlosser and then to Case and Cedarstrom. Out high right to Brady Brumball, guarded by Mesa. Now up top, here is Red Eyrig. Throws it over right, and here's a guarded 3 for Cedarstrom, ramming halfway in and out. Rebound tipped, and Rumford has it for Scott City. He already has 4 boards in this first quarter. Final minute 20 to go here. First period, Beavers down 5, haven't scored here in about 3 minutes. Mesa trying to end that, and he splashes home his 3. His 11th 3 of the year. Pulls Scott City back to within a couple. With a minute 8 to go first quarter. Goodland barely gets it in here, and they have it in the front court. Cedarstrom with an answer back triple. He will miss it. Rebound tip. That's last touch by Scott City, and it'll be Goodland Cowboy basketball. That is the right call there. I know some moans and groans from the Scott City crowd. And it will be Braylon Mole, and that will be Brady Brumball. So he'll get maybe the final minute of this first quarter on the bench, plus the minute break in between the first and second periods. 58 seconds first quarter. Goodland 14, Scott City 12, 34 to shoot. They'll lob it in top to Case and Cedarstrom, and then now to Zach Thorson, back to Cedarstrom. 50 seconds to work opening frame. Scott City staying man-to-man. Cedarstrom still with the basketball, 25 to shoot, and now goes to Schlosser. Schlosser guarded by Mesa at high, 20 to shoot, and then hands it off at high. Reach-in foul almost. Braylon Mole with it. Scott City does not have any fouls to give. Here's Mole driving in, and speaking of that, he drives in on Mesa, and Mesa commits his first foul, and Scott City commits team foul number 5. So all the starters have at least 1 foul in the first quarter. That'll be the 5th Scott City foul as Blair Lynn will enter for Red Eyrig, and should be 2 free throws coming up here for the Cowboys. Junior Braylon Mole, who's 1 of 2 at the line this year. Goodland here so far in this first quarter, 2 of 4. They lead it by 2, 14 to 12, with 37.9 to go first quarter. So basically 3 seconds between game clock and shot clock. First free throw for Mole rims around and drops in to make it 15-12. Beavers haven't been able to put back-to-back possessions for points as Jackson Miller enters for Zach Thorson. 37.9 to go first quarter. Goodland 3 of 5 at the line now. They're led by Brumball's 11, and now it's 16-12. Goodland will apply a little pressure in the backcourt. Scott City will bring it across. 30 seconds on the shot clock. Tarango with it, dribbles behind the back, drives in, kicks it left corner to Ruelas. Now up top to Radke. 16-12 as your score, then back to Ruelas. Beavers down by 4 of the ball. They have not led in this ball game, been tied twice. 20 seconds to work first quarter, right side of Tarango. Into Radke just outside the foul line. Into Rumford has good position, posting up. Loses the dribble on it. Loose, and Goodland will force Scott City into the 5th turnover. 8 seconds to go. 7-6 with it, stripped almost, and now out high, here's Lennon with 3. Left side deflected by, and that in your first quarter is a clock as is deflected out by Junior Mesa. I think they're going to add maybe a second onto the clock here. They're pushing the players off the court. They're going to have 1 second on the clock. As Colby Johnson goes to confer, they're actually going to put up 3/10 of a second here, looks like. And now Colby Johnson and also Len Ziegler talking things over whether to add a little bit more time here. So they do add 0.3, so basically it'll be a tip off the inbounds, and that'll end the quarter virtually. Scott City, you do not want to foul here because that would give them pretty much free throw, or some free throws. They'll throw it out of bounds. That'll be Goodland's first turnover, and it comes with 3/10 of a second to go first quarter. Basically, Scott City needs to just tap it in, or just throw it in, and we'll head to the second quarter here. and Mesa will hold it, and that's it for the first period. Been a good 8 minutes of play. Despite 5 turnovers, Scott City very much a part of this game, down 2, 15-13 after 1, back in a minute for the second quarter. This is Scott City Beaver basketball.
Scott City Eye Center has been a leading provider of optometry services and vision care products in the Scott City community since 1999. Our experienced eye doctors offer comprehensive vision examinations that our Scott City Optometry Office specializes in the diagnosis and treatment of a wide array of eye diseases, conditions, and problems. We use advanced diagnostic technology, and we are committed to improving the quality of life. Give yourself the gift of clear vision by scheduling an appointment with Dr. Joshua Goodland, OD, today.
At Redburn Enterprises, we're bringing you BW Fusion products to help your crops stress less and yield more. Discover the benefits of Amino, Relax RX, Full Sun, and BioBoost, each designed to enhance plant health and maximize yield. Proudly supporting Scott County athletics, Redburn Enterprises is your partner for a more resilient and productive future. Choose BW Fusion from Redburn Enterprises today.
It is Goodland Cowboy basketball to begin the second quarter. Scott City was 4 of 11 from the floor here in the first quarter. They trail the Goodland Cowboys 16-12. The difference, the free throws, Goodland 4 of 6, Scott City 2 of 4. Both teams have 4 field goals in that first period of play. Brady Brumbaugh with 11 of Scott City's, or Goodland's 16 points, a 3 from left corner, no for Cedarstrom, but Goodland with a backside board, and they'll have another crack at it. That was in the hands of Thorson. The runner is good, and 1 for Brumbaugh. He now has 13 of their 18 points here with 7:37 to go first half. Scott City's had a hard time figuring him out, and Jackson Rumford now with 2 fouls. That's a big foul. Rumford had Scott City's first 6 points, and he has 6 points in this first half, and now he has 2 fouls. Free throw is good for Brumbaugh. He has 14, and in is going to be Brendan Cook, the 6'3 junior, and Rumford will exit with 2 fouls, so a big change there, and that's the first substitution of the game for Scott City here with 7:37 to go before halftime. But Goodland with a couple of threes in that first quarter. They had 5 field goals in that first period as well. Cook will throw it across to Avery Radke. Radke with it, uses up a dribble up top to Cook, and now here's Eloy Relis to try to set it up. Goodland pushes the lead back up to 6 after Scott City had it to within 2. Radke at the right elbow, left side. Here's Eloy Relis looking to penetrate, but can't. Up top, Mesa turns down the deep 3, and now will fire it as Brumbaugh goes by him, can't bank it in, and the rebound into the hands of Blair Lennon for Goodland. 18-12, Cowboys leave with the ball in transition. Here's Brumbaugh, lays it up, no. Good defense that time by Mesa. Cook had it, but then stripped and stolen away, and Brumbaugh gets the point-blank Cook shot, make it 20-12 with 6:54 to go first half. Scott City with 6 first-half turnovers here, and that's been uncharacteristic. They had 5 the entire game against Garden City on Saturday night. That ball knocked out of bounds with 6:43 to go, but Goodland is a pretty deep team here, and they lead by 9. Should be 20-12, actually just 8. Should be 8 point, 20-12 here. Yep, that's right, 21-12. I've missed the free throw there along the way. And now Goodland forces another turnover, the 7th of the half on Scott City. 5 steals as well by Goodland. 6:28 to go. Here's Brumbaugh, right corner. Cedarstrom for 3. Good. It's now 24-12 and an 8-0 run here for Goodland to begin the second quarter with 6:20 to go. Points off turnovers and another steal and a turnover, and a layup by Mole makes it 26-12. And Mole now with his first field goal, he has 4. It's a 10-0 run here in the first 2 minutes of this second quarter for the Cowboys. They get in the front court, but it's thrown away, and already 4 turnovers for Scott City. The Beavers haven't attempted a shot here in the period. Goodland with a 10-0 run to begin this period, and a whistle and a foul on the floor. That's going to be on Avery Radke, his second, team foul number 2 of the second quarter. And things going Goodland's way here to begin this second quarter, up 26-12. With 5:56 to go. Radke now with 2 fouls as Coach Brian Gentry has to go to his bench. A little deeper as Caston Wren to enter for Avery Radke. 26-12 lob in. Brumbaugh catches, can't get it, but got his own rebound, scores it again. He has Now 18 and a half, 28-12, 5:48 to go first half. Scott City has not attempted a shot. They have 4 turnovers already in the period and soon to be 5 here. And there it is, the steal. Ball deflected but picked up by Goodland. The ball definitely bouncing their way here in the first half, and a whistle and a holding foul. That'll be team foul number 3 on Scott City here in the period. It's been a 12-0 run for Goodland over the first 2.5 minutes of this second quarter, and they lead at 28-12. And now Alex Tarango with 2 fouls, and Coach Brian Gentry has to go even deeper into his bench to bring in Drew Metzger. And he will replace Tarango. So Scott City, this is a worst-case scenario with Avery Radke, Alex Tarango, Jackson Rumford, all with 2 fouls here on the bench. Zach Thorson with it. 3 fouls on Scott City this period, not on the Goodland Cowboys. And good defensive play. Oh, I think they're gonna overturn that. Yep, that's the right call. It was off of Scott City. It'll be Goodland's ball with 26 to shoot. 5:26 to go second quarter. 28-12 Goodland on a 12-0 run, and actually a 14-0 run in this ball game. Metzger almost gets the steal. Brumbaugh picks it up with a wild dribble, but turn around in the paint. Jumper crawls in. Oh, my goodness. He's had a quarter. He now has 20 in the first half, and it's 30-12 with 5:16 to go second period of play. Goodland playing on a completely different level right now. Here's Ruelas looking to drive in. Dishes it right corner to Drew Metzger, up top to Caston Wren. Caston will drive in now to Ruelas in the right corner. Scott City has yet to attempt a shot as their first 5 possessions have come via turnover here in the second quarter. Ruelas has to get it up top, 13 to shoot. He'll drive right side, spin in the paint, pump fake, slips up the tough shot, can't get it to go, and the rebound to Zach Thorson as they just cannot buy anything here in this first half. Goodland on a 14-0 run, and they scored the last 16 points. We have a pushing foul underneath, with 4:40 to go second quarter. It is going to be an offensive foul. That'll be on Red Eyrig. That'll be his first and team foul number 1 of the second quarter. It's been a 16-0 run here in this ballgame. Scott City has not had a basket in over 4.5 minutes. They also have Jackson Rumford, Alex Tarango, and Avery Radke all on the bench right now with 2 fouls. So add insult to injury, and you have a couple of your top leading scorers right now on the bench, and 3 of your leading scorers, I should say, on the bench with 2 fouls. Against the number 2 ranked team in 3, that proves to be disaster. Nice strong move by Mesa, and he gets the shot to go. Mesa with the basket is 5th point of the half with 4:14 to go second quarter. Is 30-14. That'll end that 16-0 Cowboy run after Scott City had it to within 2. But here's Brumbaugh, who's been hot in the second quarter, misses the 3, but the long rebound to Braylon Mole out high, and Goodland resets. Brumbaugh with 9 in the quarter, 20 in the half to lead all scorers, and he'll take it strong and can't get the runner to go, but got his own rebound, tipped it short. Brendan Cook, who's playing some significant minutes, grabs the board. So the Beavers trail by 16 with the ball. Cook, and that's going to be a carry out high, and Scott City with 11 turnovers already in this first half. So Lincoln Kerr, who has not scored here tonight, he picked up 2 fouls in that first quarter, hasn't played since. But it's been Brumbaugh who has really taken over this ball game. And now with it pulling up, Brumbaugh can't get the bounce on the right baseline. The rebound to Cook, who saves in a play. Then right to Drew Metzger, who loses it, but picked up by Eloy Ruelas. A lot of contact. They let it play through. And now Ruelas races it across. He'll dish it left side to Casson Wren, who got held that time by Brady Brumbaugh, his first. Team foul number 2 here in the second quarter on Goodland. Jackson Rumford re-enters. Good hustle by Cook, who's got a couple of rebounds. He played some good minutes there for Scott City. With 3:15 to go first half. Goodland with only 2 fouls here in the second quarter. Scott City with 3. Rumford, who re-enters the game, now up top to Wren. Screen here for Mesa. Fires a deep 3. Can't get it to go on the rebound backside to Brady Brumbaugh, who has about 3 rebounds here in this first half as Goodland races it across. And Scott City shooting woes continue. Drive in and reverse layup. No, but rebound in the paint to Jackson Miller. Goes up, can't get it. Got his own rebound. Scott City not rebounding either, and then a point-blank shot from Miller, no, tipped. And another offensive board for Goodland, and a 3 is no good. This time it's Ruelas who grabs the board, but man, Scott City gave up 4 opportunities that time and 3 offensive boards. They finally get a rebound, and then they'll throw it away for their 12th turnover. Or nope, they'll say deflected out of bounds. As Ethan Farrow will check in for the first time, the 6'1 sophomore is going to replace Junior Mesa with 2:37 to go. Also back in is Kason Cedarstrom. And I did not see who the other Cowboy was that checked in. I believe it was Zach Thorson. But it's 30-14 for Scott City. Goodland is on about a 3-minute drought. Rumford with it. He'll drive in and he'll draw a hold on Cedarstrom. That'll be his first. Goodland's 3rd team foul of the quarter. But it's been a 14-2 run in this second period by the Goodland Cowboys. Foul trouble coming up to haunt here, and Goodland just owning the glass here in this first half. Rumford with it. Over to Farrow. Farrow right corner. Here's Caston Wren. Turns down a 3. Now he'll launch a 3 over Brumbaugh and hit it. What a nice shot that time by Caston Wren. His second 3 of the year makes it 30-17. 2:14 to go first half. And for the first time tonight, Scott City has back-to-back possessions of points here. And now an answer back 3. Too strong. Rebound. Jackson Rumford couldn't get it in the hands of Brumbaugh. And Goodland will reset, but they will miss a 3 up top. Wren trying to fight for the rebound. Does, but they'll say it went off the knee of Wren, and nice save by Thorson. 1:57 to go first half. Goodland will have it with 33 to shoot, up 30-17 on Scott City. The Beavers have scored the last 5 points of the game, and Brumbaugh can't get the bunny to go, but tipped out to Goodland, and Lennon can't get the shot. And Rumford grabs the board finally for Scott City. He has 5 rebounds and 6 points as well as 2 fouls. But Goodland with 9 offensive boards in this first half as well. They lead it by 13, minute 40 to go, second quarter entry. Feed into Rumford, guarded by Brumbaugh. Looking to put it on the floor, drives in. Oh, that's a flop that time by Brumbaugh. And Jackson Rumford picks up his 3rd foul. That looked definitely like a flop by Brumbaugh, but he was able to sell the bye to the official. And now Rumford has 3 fouls with 1:34 to go first half. To be honest, that's a tough call against Scott City. 1:30 to go first half, and now Rumford with 6 points and 3 fouls. Goodland with a 13-point lead to the ball, minute 25. But I tell you what, if the officials are going to buy the sell, it's a good move. The 3, no, but rebound Goodland underneath. They missed the shot, and the rebound to Metzger. He'll outlet it to Ruelas, and Scott City owned on the glass here in the first half, but still down 13 in the final minute of this first half, 30-17. Rumford on the bench with 3 fouls. Ruelas up top. Cook is back in there to replace Rumford, and now Metzger loses it, and a push out high on Blair Lennon. That'll be his first, and that'll be Goodland's 4th team foul. Both teams have 4 team fouls in the second quarter. 54.1 to go. I'm not trying to live on the flop there, but that has been kind of a point of emphasis, the flop this year, and it wasn't called there, but it'll be interesting to see it. I have to go back and look at it and see if it was truly a flop or not. But give credit to Brumbaugh for selling it. 50 seconds to go first half. Screen for Ruelas. Beavers are down 13. And Ruelas trying to make it a 10-point deficit. He can't get it. It'll rebound out to Cedarstrom out high. 35 seconds to go first half. Ruelas still scoreless. Goodland on a 14 to make it a 17-5 run as a left wing 3 is knocked down by Thorson. His second 3 of the year, 33-17, 28 seconds to go first half. The shot clock is off, and Ruelas will walk it across. But Goodland is on a 17-5 run in this second period. Farrow pump fakes underneath, bounce pass to Caston Wren, 14 seconds. He'll just bank in a 3 too strong, and the rebound to Blair Lennon. 7 seconds, 6 seconds, 5 out high with it as Brumbaugh has 20 in the half and can't get the 3. Rebound Fro, and that'll be the end of your first half. But a 17-5 run in the second quarter. Scott City with some serious foul trouble trails it by 16 at the break at 33-17. Halftime show to begin in 3 minutes. This is Scott City Beaver basketball.
BBN is brought to you by Shapland Real Estate, State Farm, Norder Supply Incorporated, Ag Management Services, Vogelmore Family Farms, White's Food Liner, Scott Community Foundation. BBN is brought to you by Lone Tree Farms, J&R, Nextech Wireless, Pioneer Communications, S&T, Scott County Hospital, Scott Co-op, Security State Bank.
At American Implement, we know that our farmers and ranchers are getting up and going to work every morning to provide food, fuel, and fiber for the world. And even though time and technology keeps us constantly changing, one thing will always remain the same. We promise that we'll continue working right beside you. We appreciate all that you do for our country and our communities. From all of us at American Implement, thank you, and may God bless the American farmer and rancher.
KWKR 99.9 Leota Garden City, KMML 92.9 Cimarron, powered by Leaper Transmission in Garden City. It's cheaper to keep her, so take her to Leaper. The Rock.
Halftime show presented once again by Precision Ag and Seed. Adam Cadavy with you here from the Scott Community Event Center here on 99.9 The Rock and also Beaver Broadcasting Network. A tough first half for Scott City, but Goodland has never trailed in this game, and they have a 16-point lead at the break here, 33-17. Two ties. That was all in the first quarter at 2 and 5. Scott City hasn't led in this ball game, and Goodland has built up a 13 or 16-point lead here. They outscored Scott City in that second quarter, 17-5. Beavers with some pretty big foul trouble as well. Jackson Rumford picked up a third foul right before halftime, and also Alex Tarango and Avery Radkeach with 2 fouls. Goodland had Lincoln Kier with 2 fouls in that first quarter. He did not play the second quarter, but it was a lot of Brady Brumbaugh, who had 20 first-half points to lead the Goodland Cowboys in that first half. He had 9 in the second quarter, 11 in the first half. And then after that, he had 20 of their 33 points. Braylon Mole added 4. Kason Cedarstrom had a 3-point basket, as did Zach Thorson, another 3 for Blair Lennon on a 3-point, or had 3 points on that first quarter. Goodland had just 2 turnovers, but they had 8 steals and 10, 15, 18 rebounds. They out-rebounded Scott City 18-12 in that first half. Scott City had 12 turnovers, which is well above their season average. No steals for them in the first half. They had 10 fouls. Goodland had a total of 7. The Beavers are led by Jackson Rumford with 6 points. He had all those in the first quarter. He picked up 2 fouls and then 3 fouls in the first half. He had 2 in the second and then 3 late before halftime, and in the final 90 seconds on a kind of a tough offensive foul called against him. Also 5 for Junior Mesa, 3 each for Alex Tarango and Caston Wren, each on a 3 in the first half for Scott City, as the Beavers trail it by 16 here at the break. Let's take another 3-minute break, and we'll come back with the rest of your first half stats and get you set up for the second half of play. Beavers down 16 at the break to Goodland. This is Scott City Beaver basketball.
Nothing's better than homemade food. Well, that's what you get at Mom and Pop's Burger Stop in Scott City. What makes Mom and Pop's Burger Stop so good is they serve fresh burgers and slice up the best homemade pies in town. Don't forget they have a full salad bar along with weekly specials. You can check out their Facebook page, Mom and Pop's Burger Stop, for more information on their weekly specials, or call 620-874-9292. Drop in for homemade food at Mom and Pop's Burger Stop, 308 West 5th Street, Scott City. Open Monday through Saturday, 11 to 2 and 5 to 8.
Shells Flowers and More in Scott City is ready for Christmas, and the proof is inside. Your full-service florist provides custom floral arrangements and great gift ideas for everyone. Stop in and see what they offer, including jewelry, nativities, Christian items, stocking stuffers, popcorn from the Crafty Kettle, flavored coffees, and so much more. Don't forget to reach out to Shells Flowers and More to order your Christmas floral arrangements and poinsettias. Shells Flowers and More, your go-to for flowers and gifts, on West 5th Street in Scott City, 620-872-5336.
Proudly supporting the Scott City Beavers on KSKL Mix 94.5 is Weathers Land and Livestock. They wish the Scott City Beavers the best of luck during the 2024-2025 season. Hard work, dedication, and persistence are the keys to success for a great season in athletics, activities, and even in the classroom. Proudly supporting the Scott City Beavers on Mix 94.5 is Weathers Land and Livestock. Good luck, Scott City Beavers, from Weathers Land and Livestock.
Know how they say the most important thing in real estate is location, location, location. Well, location is critical to seed innovation as well. Every year, Pioneer conducts more than 17,000 on-farm trials to make sure the seed you plant has been proven to perform in your location. Pioneer, our name is our mission, and what's next happens here. Contact me, Kevin Davis, with Precision Ag and Seed at 620-874-0478 to learn more. And go Beavers!
Is stress making you feel down and not your normal self? It's time to relax, rejuvenate, and enjoy life. And you can feel refreshed with a trip to LMHU. LMHU is a medical spa that offers a relaxing and rejuvenating environment with services you can't find locally. They offer several services, including IV therapy, compression therapy, hormone optimization, aesthetics, and weight loss solutions. Elevate yourself and set up an appointment today with LMHU, located at 105 West 11th Street, Suite A in Scott City. Call 872-7675 or find them online at lmhumedspa.com.
If your furnace is not working, would you hire some random fixer-upper?
Western State Bank, Backyard Blooms and Garden Center, LLC, Spray Foamit, LLC, Good Anesthesia and Pain Management Services,
And from the free throw line, Goodland was 5 of 7. Scott City 6 of 16 unofficially, 38% in the half. 3 of 9 on 3 of 7 on 2s, and just 2 of 4 at the line. They did not. And Goodland only attempted 1 free throw in that second half. Scott City did not attempt one. The Beavers will be at Holcomb on Friday night. Holcomb swept Colby here tonight at Holcomb. Let's get those. Actually, Colby girls beat Holcomb, 57-44. So the Holcomb girls lost for the first time this year. Colby's girls are now 5-0, and the Holcomb boys beat Colby 74-59. So they're 5-0 on the year, and Scott City will need a big rally here to try to be 5-0 as they go to Holcomb on Friday night. Hugoton boys beat Liberal tonight. I saw that. Their girls lost to the Redskins. Don't know any Ulysses Cimarron scores. Those are being played at Ulysses. Second half, it'll be Scott City's ball. Junior Mesa, Eloy Ellis, Jackson Rumford, Avery Radke, as well as Alex Tarango. For Goodland, it'll be their regular 5 with Zach Thorson. Also, Brady Brumbaugh, Lincoln Cure, Brandon Mole, and Blair Lennon. Foul trouble for both sides. Lincoln Cure had 2 fouls. That was all in the first quarter. Scott City with some big foul trouble. Jackson Rumford with 3. Avery Radke, Alex Tarango each with 2. Rumford uses up his dribble, needs help. 28 to shoot. Scott City with the ball. Here's Zelo Arelis. Wanted to stop and pop the 3, but the tiring Linton came over the top of him. Up top, now right side. Here's Tarango looking to penetrate. Now right baseline to Rumford. Gives it to Ruelas, right corner for a 3. Too strong. Race over the backside board. Kicks it back out to Radke. Scott City resets. Ruelas with the ball. He's still scoreless tonight. Now gives it to Mesa. Holds it. That was a nice rebound by Mason, the kick out. Now here's Radke for a three, a little strong. And the rebound to Blair Lennon, and Goodland rushes across the way. That was just the third offensive board into Lincoln. Kier catches it, goes up and scores it. Rumford could not try to contest that. It would have been his fourth foul, and Kier his first basket, 35-17, 7:06 to go here in the third period, and Goodland extends their lead out to 18, their largest of the night. Mesa into the front court, finds Avery Radke. Radke also scoreless tonight. Tarango looking to drive in, can't. Back up top to Ruelas. Right side to Radke, 18 to shoot, 6:48 to go, third period. Ball deflected, and it's going to be stolen away, and that's going to be a foul on Mesa, the double whammy for Scott City, the turnover and the foul. Mesa's first team, or make that second, first team foul of the third quarter for Scott City here with 6:45 to go, third period. And just the woes continue tonight for Scott City, down 18, 35-17. With it here is Braylon Mole up top, guarded by Alex Tarango. Goes right with the pass over to Brady Brumbaugh. Lob into Kier, catches it, goes up, can't get it to go, and the rebound to Rumford. Rumford does have 6 rebounds unofficially here tonight, as the Beavers are bringing it across right to left here early third quarter, down 18. Rumford with it up top. Now left in to Tarango. Man, he misses another bunny. Goodland back the other way. In transition, Brumbaugh has 22 with the floater in the paint. 37-17, 6:11 to go, third period. And Scott City's missed 3 layups tonight from point blank. Tarango with it, pulls up over Lennon and gets his 5th point of the night, 37-19. Breaks a 7-0 Cowboy run 2 minutes into this third quarter. Left corner, here's a 3 for Thorson, good. He has 2 threes and 6 points, 40-19, 5:50 to go, third quarter, and the Cowboys hit their 5th triple of the night. Scott City has 3. Bounce pass to Rumford, immediately triple team. Mesa with an answer back 3. He will knock it down. He has his 8th point of the night, 40-22 with 5.5 to go, third quarter. The Beavers down by 18, still fighting here, but turnovers have been costly for Scott City. They have 13, just 2 turnovers for Goodland here tonight. Skip it over right side. Mole will try a 3. He'll knock it down. His 6th 3 of the area, 7, 43-22 with 5:13 to go, third quarter, and Goodland has hit 3 of their first 4 shots to begin the third period. Tarango wanted to drive in, but can't. Steps back now, trying to get it into Rumford, who has position. Now wrap around the corner. Here's Mesa for another 3. In and out. That time a good look for Mesa, and the rebound goes to Zach Thorson. That was good ball movement by Scott City, and I know Coach Gentry will live with that possession because they had good ball movement, just couldn't get the shot to finish, and Brumbaugh with a 3 misses badly backside to Avery Radke for Scott City. 4:38 in the third quarter, 43-22 for the Cowboys, and Mesa will launch from way downtown a little strong, and the rebound to Braylon Mole. Been a fast-moving third quarter already. Lob in to Kier, triple team, over trying to get around Rumford, but can't. Now has to kick it out to Lennon. He will save the possession, and Coach Mike Dell wants time. It's a 30. We'll keep it right here with 4:17 to go here in the third period. Goodland up 43-22. Basketball presented here by Scott City Ice Center, Scott City Pharmacy, Giftologist, Scott Community Foundation, Scott County Abstract and Title Company, Scott Cooperative Association, Scott County Hospital, Scott County Record, Scott Pro, and Security State Bank. Also, Specialty Risk Insurance Agency, Spencer Pest Control, State Farm Insurance, Stevens Veterinary Services, the Solovie Foundation, Trophy Wine and Spirits, Turner Sheet Metal, Vogelmore Family Farms, Western Kansas Insurance, Western State Bank, Wheatland Electric, White's Food Line, Wilkins Physical Therapy, and Winterland Farms. Goodland burning a 30-second timeout. They have 19 to shoot. 4:17 on the game clock, third period. 43-22 the Cowboys lead. They're on a 10-5 run here in the first 3, almost 4 minutes of this third quarter. Out of the 30-second break, it's Mole with the basketball. Tarango will pick him up across half court. Only 1 foul in this third quarter. That's on Scott City after both teams really committed quite a few fouls in that first half, especially Scott City. Driving in, here's Cedarstrom. Now over to Mole out high. He'll stop and pop a triple, and that one rimming in and out after the shot clock wind down, but Jackson Miller gets the rebound and puts it up over Jackson. Rumford can't get it, and Rumford grabs the board and a whistle and a foul. That'll be on Lincoln Kier. That'll be his 3rd. 3:51 to go here in the third. But the offensive boards have been big for Goodland tonight. They have 11 of them, as in will be Barrett Schlosser for Lincoln Cure. Cure just 3 points and 2 fouls. 3:50 to go here in the third. 21-point Cowboy lead here in Scott City. They're ranked number 2 in 3A and improving their ranking here tonight. Scott City comes in ranked number 9. Ruelas lays it up, and 4 layups tonight that have been missed by Scott City, and Schlosser grabs the board. That's, you take 8 points off that, and now stolen away. It's just the third Cowboy turnover. The first Scott City steal, and the Cowboys will knock it out. As that time, Brumbaugh just kind of lost his footing as he was pivoting underneath. With 3:22 to go third period, Goodland will bring back in Zach Thorson to replace Brady Brumbaugh. Brumbaugh definitely an all-state type of player. He might be one of the best, if not the best right now here in Class 3A. He's playing at a high level. He averages 22 points, and he's right at that average. Ball stripped, and they're trying to lob it in, deflected, picked up by Mesa with 15 to shoot. Gets around the screen, will drive right side, kick into the corner to Radke. Radke floats one up and can't get it to go. Leaves it short over Schlosser and into the hands of Thorson for the board. As we're approaching the 3-minute mark of the third quarter, Scott City hasn't scored in almost 2.5 minutes. They trail the Cowboys 43-22. Scott City's not been on a bigger run than 5 points all night. Goodland had that 16-0 run that really separated themselves from the Beavers. They've also had a 7-0 run in this game. Driving in, here's Mole, layup, good. Spins in, and Mole with 9. He has 5.5, 45-22, and another 5-0 Cowboy run with 2:40 to go third quarter. Rumford with it up top. Goodland stays man-to-man. Uses up his dribble, finds Eloy Ruelas out high right. Ruelas, entry feed into Rumford, catches. Nice give and go to Ruelas, lays it up. Another missed layup for Scott City, and Goodland grabs the board. Been one of those nights for the Beavers. 2:15 to work third period. That's at least 5 layups that the Scott City Beavers have missed tonight. Mole can't get that one to go, but he draws the foul and get 2 free throws. That'll be a foul on Alex Tarango, his third with 2:08 to go third quarter. Scott City has not attempted a free throw since the first quarter, and they're sitting at 22 points here. So Tarango with 3, Rumford with 3, and 2 free throws here for Braylon Mole. He's 50% at the line, but he's 2 of 2 tonight. Goodland is 5 of 7, make that 6 of 8, and they extend their lead to 46-22 with 2:08 to go third quarter. As Brody Steckline in for the first time. He is a 6'1 sophomore. As Tarango will exit with 5 points and 3 fouls. He does have a basket this period. The free throw no good. Rebound Jackson Rumford. Plucks his 8th board of the night, but only has 6 points, all coming in the first quarter. He had Scott City's first 6 points. Under 2 to go third quarter. Beavers are on a 3.5-minute drought here. Down 46-22 Mesa. Now up top with it here is Mesa. Kicks it left corner. Radke does field it. Now give and go here. Layup short, but a foul. That'll be on Red Irick, his second. Goodland's first foul of the second half, or third quarter, with 1:43 to go in the third period. Should be 2 free throws here for the junior Avery Radke. Averages just under 9 a game. Yet to score here tonight. But Scott City, a lot of turnovers in that first half. 13, make that 12 first half turnovers. They have 13 for the game, 46-23, 1:43 to go. That coupled with some foul trouble and Goodland just dominating the glass here as well. A couple of Cowboys checked in. One of them was Brumbaugh. Radke hits them both. He was 79% coming in that trip to the line. Scott City now 4 of 6. And it's 46-24 here with 1:38 to go third quarter, and a blocking foul on Scott City. That'll be team foul number 3 of the quarter as Lincoln Cure checked back in, and he draws the foul on Brody Steckline as first. Scott City's 3rd team foul of the period, and a new 35 for the Cowboys with 97 third quarter seconds remaining. Up top, Zach Thorson. Looking to lob it in, does so to Cure. Back at high, Brumbaugh drives the right baseline. Lob deflected, stolen away. Scott City forces turnover number 5 on the Cowboys. They have 2 steals all in this third quarter. Ruelas up top to Rumford, turns down the 3 now. He'll drive down, and he will try to dunk, and he draws the foul on Cure. He tried to throw one down, and that'll be Keir's fourth. With 1:18 to go, third quarter, Rumford to the line. He is looking for his first point since the opening minutes of the ball game. First free throw for him, it's good. He has 7, 46-25. 1:18 to go, third quarter. As Radke exits, Fro re-enters, and will be Braylon Mole, and Lincoln Keir exits with 2 points and 4 fouls. Keir averaging just under 14 a game, coming off a 25-point performance against Colby on Saturday night. Rumford sinks them both. He is now 4 of 6 from the line and pulls Scott City back to within 20. He has 8 points and about 8 rebounds as well. 46-26, final 70 seconds of this third stanza. Zach Thorson with it up top. Goes right out high to Kason Cedarstrom. Now to Braylon Mole. Mole will drive left side, cut off, back up top. Turning down the three was Brumbaugh. Drives in, dishes it right corner. Thorson with it, guarded by Steckline. Back up top, deflected. Good job by Fro getting in the passing lane. Steal, but then he gets pickpocketed and back over goes to the Cowboys. Scott City's 14th turnover, and a layup no good on the other end. That one kicked out that time unintentionally by Steckline. It was right at his feet, and it'll still stay Goodland basketball. 34 to shoot as Brendan Cook will re-enter, as will Drew Metzger. Junior Mesa, Jackson Rumford will exit. Caston Wren also checks back in. And who's going to come out? Let's see. Scott City has 6. It'll be Ruelas who will exit. That'll be the first time he'll exit. So Scott City with their second 5 out right now on the court. And it goes to Brumbaugh. Goes around Cook and rattles that one home. He has 24. 48-26, 35 seconds to go third period. First field goal for Goodland in almost 4 minutes. Metzger with it. About 2 seconds between game clock and shot clock. Fro now up top to Caston Wren. Wren looking to drive but can't. Now here's Metzger with it. 20 seconds to work in the period to Ethan Fro. Gets it stripped and stolen away. Scott City's 15th turnover. 2-on-1 numbers. The layup floater is good in the paint for Thorson. He has 7. 50-26 with 8 seconds to go in the period. Here's Metzger with 6, with 5, with 4. Metzger gets a screen, goes to his left. Left corner, Randall fire up a 3. Too strong, and the rebound to Goodland. That closes out the third quarter. Goodland goes on a 17-9 run in the third quarter, and they have blown this game wide open, leading 50-26 as we head to the fourth quarter. Coming back in a minute for the fourth quarter. This is Beaver basketball.
Hi, this is Wizard.
Sport. Fro Heating and Cooling of Scott City is a proud sponsor of Beaver activities. Brent and Angie take pride in helping our activities and support our students 100%. They can also help you with any heating and cooling needs that you have. Give Fro Heating and Cooling a call at 620-872-3508 and see if they can help you with your needs today.
Property and Casualty Insurance Company.
Lot Motors has exciting clearance sale.
Bring it back, Ben. It's all right. Fourth quarter set to begin here, and Scott City with a 50-26 deficit. Goodland with the basketball. They're led by Brady Brumbaugh's 24 points. And on cue, he will drain a 3 in the left corner to make it 27, 53-26. So Goodland with the last 7 points of the ball game. 7:40 to go. Scott City led by Jackson Rumford and Junior Mesa, each with 8 points. Here's Rumford on cue. Now we'll get around Kieran. He has a finger roll layup for his 10th point, 56-20 or 53-28. 7.5 to go. Goodland with the basketball. And deflected out by Tarango. It'll still stay Scott City or Cowboy basketball with 21 to shoot. 53-28, 7:15 to go in this one. Beavers had a lot of foul trouble in that first half, and you take 3 of your starters out, and you got a very young bench. against a high-octane team like Goodland, that's going to just come back and haunt you. The runner, no, that time for Blair Lennon. And rebound to Scott City. That was Trango initially got it. Now with it is Ruella's up top to Rumford. First minute of this fourth quarter, Beavers down 25. Up top, here's Junior Mesa with it. Goes left of the pass. Now Ruelas, a weave up top. He'll drive in, try to dish it backside, saves it, but Trango will step back, turns down the three. And here's Radke, who will drain a three from the right wing. He has his first field goal. He has 5. His 5th three of the year makes it 53-31, and a whistle and a foul out high with 6:39 to go. First foul on Scott City in the fourth quarter. That'll be on Mesa, his 3rd. 6:39 to go. So Scott City with 5 in a row. That's been their biggest run all night, has been 5-0. That 16-0 run in the first half by Goodland has pretty much put this game in doubt. Layup high up with the glass on the other end, no for Mole, but offensive board. Kier will dish it to Brumbaugh, and that'll sneak in. He has 29. 55-31, another offensive board for Goodland tonight. 6:15 to go. With it, pivoting was Radke up top to Rumford, trying to get it to Mesa. Mesa gets almost a moving screen there. He'll take it to the rack. He'll go off the glass, no, but Rumford with a tip in, he has a dozen. And he has about 8 or 9 rebounds, does Rumford. And it's 55-33, under 6 to go in this one. Kier will drive in, go right side over to Brady Brumbaugh. He'll be guarded by Radke. 5:40 to work in this one. Brumbaugh guarded by Radke. Now here's Kier up top. 15 to shoot. Trying to get around his screen. Stuffed that time. Good defense that time by Mesa up top. It'll be a tie-up, and that'll be Goodland's 7th turnover of the night. With 5:34 to go. 55-33, Goodland with a 22-point lead. Ruelas to bring it across the 10-second line. The Beavers are going to drop their first game of the year. And now Ruelas will drive in. Dish it, try to get it to Rumford, thrown away. Scott City has cut down the turnovers in the second half, but it's been too late there. And Brumbaugh with another basket. He has 31. 57-33 of 5:15 to go. Out high, Ruelas right side. Trango will catch and shoot a 3. Hits the side of the backboard, and the rebound to Goodland. 5 minutes to go in this one. 24-point Goodland lead, 57-33. Kier with it, goes over left side. Here's Mole. Pulls the back out for Goodland. Mole still with the dribble up top to Kier. And now it's Lennon for a 3. Short. Rebound Alex Trango for Scott City. And then stolen away, Brumbaugh with another basket. He has 9 in the period, 33 for the game. 59-33 of 4.5 to go. Been that kind of night for Scott City and Rumford. Fakes, now goes up, can't get it to go, but he draws the foul. It'll either be the second on Brumbaugh or the 5th for Kier. 2 free throws coming up for Rumford, who has a dozen points tonight. It is on Brady Brumbaugh just a second. First team foul of the fourth quarter of 4:27 remaining. 59-33 for Goodland. Rumford with a dozen. And that one will decide to crawl off. Scott City tonight at the line is 6 of 9. Kaysen Cedarstrom, also Jackson Miller back in for Goodland. Rumford hits 1 out of 2. He has 13, 59-34, 4:27 to go. Rumford going for another double-double. He's 1 rebound away unofficially. Kier will drive in. Brumbaugh will try a deep 3. Misses wide right. Rumford, that might have been his 10th rebound. He'll get the board for Scott City. Ruelas out high to Avery Radke, and a foul out high on Miller, his first. Goodland's 2nd of the fourth quarter with the 4:06 mark. It's one of these games for Scott City they're going to learn a lot from here. And the first key for Scott City, you can't get into foul trouble early. That's when Goodland just kind of ran away from this one. Mesa with it, ball fake. Wanted to shoot it over Brumbaugh, but couldn't. The length of Brumbaugh a factor. Trango will lay it up. Might have been blocked by Lennon, who will end up with the board. In transition, here's Brumbaugh. Missed that one. Rebound. Ruelas will track it down for Scott City. 3:40 to go here in the game. Underneath, Triangle get the right corner to Avery Radke, and he gets it stripped out of his hands, saved into play, though, to Mesa. Up top, Ruelas will try a triple. He'll be good on that one over a towering Cure. And Ruelas on the board is 6-3 of the year, puts Scott City to within 59 and 37 with 3:20 to go in this one. Jackson Miller with it. Scott City with a new line change, but a foul out high on Triangle. That'll be his fourth. And that'll be team foul number 2 of the fourth quarter on the Beavers. Oh, this will be about it. Get the starters some rest. Get ready for an undefeated Holcomb team. And both teams 8-9 in 3A. Holcomb 8th in the newest rankings. Scott City 9th. As checking in, Brody Steckline. In there for the first time, Mickey Gossman, the 6'3 sophomore. Chaston Berry, the 5'7 sophomore. Caston Wren in there, as well as Brody Steckline, Brendan Cook. If I can get through the lineup there. Pass underneath there to Brumbaugh. Here's a 3 for Miller, short. Rebound right to Brendan Cook. He has 3 boards here tonight. Under 3 minutes to go in this one. Anthony Rubal is going to check in next dead ball for the Cowboys. With it is Caston Wren up top to Chaston Berry. Very perfect from the three-point arc this year. Varsity competition 2-2. Wren will go around his screen, 18 to shoot. Finds a cutting Berry. Then back to Cook. Back up top, Wren from way downtown. A little short on that one. Gossman tried to save it in play, but it's into the hands of Case and Cedarstrom for Goodland. Wren was almost out to Wendy's for that free throw. 2:25 to go underneath. It's to Miller. Kicks it out high to Barrett Schlosser. Now here's Brumbaugh driving underneath and a shot up and in for Schlosser's first basket. 61-37 with 2:15 to go. Coach Mikey Dull calling a timeout basically for substitution purposes as they'll bring an Anthony Rubal in. Also Cato Romero, a 5'11 junior. Also out there remaining Jackson Miller, Red Eyrig, and Barrett Schlosser. 61-37. 2:10 to go in this one. Over right side, it goes over to Steckline. Up top to Brendan Cook. Final 2 minutes. Mickey Gossman backing his way in on Schlosser, and he has his first varsity points. 61-39, 1:52 to go. Up top with it now is Schlosser for the Cowboys. And Coach Mike Dahl is going to go a little deeper into the bench. Minute 40 to go in this one. Romero up top now. Rubal drive in. His layup is no good, but he draws the foul. And he'll have 2 free throws coming up, looking for his first points of the year on varsity. Or actually for a while, I should say. With 1:34 to go. Second foul on Steckline. Rubal, first trip to the line this year. Perfect. 62-39, 1:34 to go. In for the Cowboys, they're bringing Caleb Williams, a 6-foot sophomore. Trent Sheldon, he is a 6'2 junior. And Jesus Saucedo, a 5'8 junior. Rubal misses the second. Rebound, Goodland out. Also Scott City for the offensive board. Rubal with that, and here's a left side 3, airballed, and that'll be last touched by Goodland's Sheldon. It'll belong to Scott City. 62-39, 1:27 to go. On to Holcomb on Friday night for Scott City, and they're going to have to collect themselves here after this tough one. Up top, here's Caston Wren, goes right side. Bullet pass into Brendan Cook, who will kiss it off the glass. Assist that time from Steckline, 62-41, 1:13 to go. Scott City will have their season low of points, but I think a lot to learn from playing one of the best in 3A. Here's a 3 from Rubal, and that one's short. Rebound, though. Goodland with another rebound, offensive rebound to boot. Saucedo, and now here's a 3 in and out for Romero, and the rebound to Cook, who has 4 boards tonight. Final 50 seconds in this one. Cook will drive right side and cut off, and it's stolen away. Scott City with their 17th turnover. Oh, that might have been a carry, but they're going to let it go. And Caleb Williams with the layup, 64-41 with 34 seconds to go. Basically game clock and shot clock in sync. Berry to bring it across for the Beavers. He'll take it all the way. He'll scoop shot. Oh, it spins in. How about that with a little English? 64-43 with 18 seconds to go. Coach Mike Dull telling his team, do not shoot. Just hold it, run the clock out, and they will do that. Goodland will come in and sweep Scott City here tonight, and the Cowboys proving why they're the number 2 ranked team in 3A. They used a 16-0 run in the first and second quarters to distance themselves and never look back. 64-43. Goodland wins this one over Scott City. They're 5-0 on the year and 2-0 in conference play. Scott City drops to 4-1 on the year and 0-1 in league play. Our post-game coverage should begin in 3 minutes. This is Scott City Beaver basketball.
We all know the weather in Western Kansas.